Chapter 332. Meng Qingguo gave the source energy bomb blueprints from Central State to Gu Qianqiu. With this kind of strong destructive weapon, perhaps it could deal a heavy blow to the warhounds and turn the tide on the battlefield. For now, we can only do this. Use the source energy guns. Make source energy bombs. The source energy weapons were top secret, and the burning sun ruler and the refined ruler knew very little about them. Of course, it was impossible for them to completely hide it with their statuses. At least the two of them had investigated Chu Tian and knew that Chu Tian had a weapon factory in Central State, but they didn't know the specifics of the source energy weapons. Now that the Southern Summer King was dead and the calm martial ruler couldn't come back, Southern Xia was in danger of being destroyed. All the resources and strength they had to be used at this time. So with Gu Qianqiu's strong support, the two rulers decided to bypass the king's ban and forcefully open the source energy weapon factory. Meng Qingguo personally checked the source energy weapon factory's inventory. There were around 14,000 source energy pistols, 2,000 source energy submachine guns, 50,000 magazines for the pistols, and 10,000 magazines for the source energy submachine guns. The energy magazines were all shipped from Central State and were not made in the Imperial region, so there weren't many of them. It was already too late to ship them. These magazines should be able to last for a while. The source energy pistols could kill early awakened soul cultivators or low-level 2 demon beasts, but they were slow and their range couldn't compare to long-range weapons like bows and arrows, so they could only be used in close combat. The refined ruler suggested, "There aren't many source energy weapons, so it's impossible to fully equip them. We can only use them to counter them." From the information from the front lines, the Warhound's trump card army is a wolf cavalry army. The demonic wolves are very agile and have very fast reactions, so it is hard to injure them with a rain of arrows. This source energy weapon is suitable to counter them in close combat. The Burning Sun ruler suggested, "The Nangong family's Wild Flame army is one of the best heavy armored infantry in southern Xia. They are stronger than the southern state barbarians and can block the charge of the demonic wolf cavalry. If they are equipped with source energy pistols, they can form a strong resistance." That makes sense. The two rulers decided to equip the 10,000 source energy pistols with the Wild Flame heavy infantry and an additional 500 submachine guns to increase their firepower. This infantry group was personally commanded by the Burning Sun ruler, so they had strong, close combat abilities. Now that they had these weapons, naturally their strength would increase by a large amount. Gu Qianqiu suggested, "There are still 2,000 source energy submachine guns left." This old man recommends equipping them to the Royal Griffin Knights. The Griffin Knights are the strongest army in Imperial City and even in southern Xia. They have the advantage of air suppression, and if they have the support of strong submachine guns, they will become a nightmare for the warhounds. The Griffin Knights had exactly 2,000 men left. This army was already extremely powerful, and now that they had the suppressive firepower, their strength had increased by at least several times. It was enough to suppress the enemy from the air at critical moments. No wonder our king is so confident that he's ready to start the northern expedition. The Burning Sun ruler was filled with excitement. "My southern Xia has this kind of powerful weapon. We indeed have the ability to flatten the warhound plains." What a pity. They never thought that the warhounds would be a step faster. In the end, he died before he could fulfill his ambition. Could it really be the will of the heavens? If the warhounds attacked a month later, the first batch of source energy weapons would have been sent to the army. When the southern Xia army had over 100,000 source energy weapons, how could it be easy for the warhounds to break through the front lines? There were no assumptions in this world. Meng Qingguo was still not optimistic. She had seen the battle strength of the warhounds' army, and these 10,000 source energy weapons could increase southern Xia's battle strength. But the increase was limited. It was impossible for them to resist the several 100,000 warhounds' army. Just relying on the source energy weapons was far from enough. Meng Qinggu ordered all the source energy batteries stored in Imperial City to be taken out for emergency modification. Gu Qianqiu gathered several thousand scholars to participate in the production. All kinds of source energy batteries were transformed into simple source energy bombs, allowing everyone to mass produce source energy bombs. The burning sun ruler and the refined ruler also quickly deployed their troops, preparing talismans, medicine, arrows, and war equipment. The several million people in Imperial City were mobilized. When the nest is overturned, there are no intact eggs. No matter what conflicts the families had, they were all united to fight against the enemy at this moment. Large amounts of source energy bombs were made before long. These bombs are very unstable, so we have to be very careful when using them. Otherwise, we might injure ourselves, and it might lead to unimaginable dangers. Meng Qinggu directed the scholars to deploy the bombs. Our bombs are very limited, so we have to make sure we can use them on the battlefield. It's best if we can catch them off guard and deal them a heavy blow. When Meng Qinggu was busy deploying, a piece of good news came. Other than Tsang State's Green Cloud Marquis, the other 7 southern summer marquises had gathered in Imperial City, including Shen Fengho, the Golden Arrow Marquis, the Four Direction Marquis, and the others. These marquises had come in a hurry, only bringing their personal guards. There were only around 3,000 people, but these 3,000 people were very strong. After Meng Qinggu learned of the situation, she immediately went to the royal palace to see them. When the Western Marquis saw Meng Qinggu appear, his face turned dark and filled with shame. He would never forget the humiliation miracle commerce had given him in his life. Although he did not see Chu Tian, seeing Meng Qinggu was enough to make his teeth itch. Meng Qinggu was most worried about internal problems in Imperial City. Why did the front lines collapse? A large part of the reason was Wang Tianlong's betrayal, so Dongfang Zhan had to personally suppress it. Because the frontline marshal had left the command post, he could not respond to the situation at the back, speeding up the collapse of the front lines. Qinggu greets the Western Marquis. Meng Qinggu also nodded. Chu Tian has offended the Western Marquis, so after this matter is over, Qinggu will personally apologize. But with the enemy in front of us, I ask the Western Marquis to cooperate. Shang Guanhong, you are still the Southern Summer King's second-class military marquis. The refined ruler reprimanded him with a look of dissatisfaction. With the country in danger, personal grudges are not worth mentioning. This ruler does not want the Shangguan family to bear the crime of destroying the country. The Burning Sun ruler also said, Chu Tian has already become the country-guarding ruler and is the leader of the rulers, so it is not shameful for you to suffer this loss. Now that the war hounds are in front of us, we must cooperate. Yes, when the Western Marquis saw the 2 rulers come out to speak, how could he dare act out? He immediately cupped his hands and said, Shang Guanhong will face the danger with my own body, even if I die 10,000 times. Meng Qinggu was relieved seeing this. She looked at Shan Fengho and the Golden Arrow Marquis. You guys came this quickly? Shan Fengho nodded. My king sent out a royal proclamation not long ago, requesting the southern states to make their preparations, as well as a plan to move troops from the south to the north. We were already prepared to come to Imperial City at any time, so when we learned of the changes in the Imperial region, we immediately rushed over. It's a pity, the Golden Arrow Marquis said with a sigh. We rushed over, but we couldn't bring the army with us. There was no way around it. Although the armies of the various states had not arrived yet, the marquises were all peak experts of southern Xia and were all experienced generals, so they could handle this task by themselves. With the help of these people in Imperial City, their chances of winning this battle would increase by quite a bit. Shen Fengho's voice was a bit hoarse. I heard that the old marshal. Meng Qinggu gave a heavy nod. At this time, the marquises all had silent expressions. Whether it was Shen Fengho, the Golden Arrow Marquis, the Western Marquis, or the other marquises, as long as they were in front of Dongfangzhan. They would all respectfully call him the marshal. This was because they had more or less worked under Dongfangzhan before, so they all admired Dongfangzhan's character. The pillar of the country had collapsed. How could they not sigh? What is the current situation? The Greenwood Marquis said, "How should we fight?" Meng Qingguo had already done her best. The source energy guns and the source energy bombs. These two things could greatly increase the chances of Imperial City's defense. However, the final result of Imperial City was not something that Meng Qingguo could predict. She could only leave it to fate. Meng Qingguo was a merchant, so she had no experience in analyzing the battlefield. She only knew that the Warhound's army was very strong, so how they would defend would depend on these people. The calm martial ruler was not here, and the burning sun ruler had the highest rank in the army, so he was in charge of the defense. From now on, the entire city will be under military control, and all food will be distributed. The citizens of the city will not be allowed to leave, and the mercenaries will be used to fight. The Greenwood Marquis, Shun Fengho, you will be in charge of the southern defenses. The Golden Arrow Marquis, Western Peace Marquis, you will be in charge of the eastern defenses. The Western Marquis, Far East Marquis, I will leave the western defenses to you. The Refined Ruler and I will be in charge of the northern defenses. The military deployment will be as follows. The southern summer Imperial City was anxiously deploying, and the Warhounds were quickly reorganizing, increasing the pace of their advance. This was because the Fang King was very clear that his time was limited. The calm martial rulers, 200,000 cavalry, and the Green Cloud Marquis, 200,000 cavalry. Once they left the Tsang State Plains, these 400,000 highly mobile troops would return to the imperial region, and the Warhounds would fall into a difficult situation. This was a battle of speed. The Fang King had to rush back before the calm martial ruler returned and take down Imperial City. Once they took down Imperial City, Southern Summer would not have the strength to reverse the situation. Finally, the Warhounds' army appeared to the north of Imperial City. The vast Warhounds' army far surpassed their imagination, and the Imperial City garrison couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The flags were like waves in the sea, and there were at least 700,000-800,000 of them. It was no different from when they attacked the front lines. This was strange. It was impossible for an army to increase in numbers as they fought. Although the Warhounds had a large victory in breaking through the front lines, they had lost at least 200,000 people. Why were there still so many soldiers in their field of vision? The Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler found the problem because they recognized many old enemies among the Warhounds' army's flags. From the information they had received, these old Warhounds tribes did not participate in the battle. It was clear that the Warhounds had not completely submitted to the Fang King. There were some old Warhounds tribes that did not participate in the battle. This was most likely a bet between the Fang King and them. As long as they broke through the front lines of southern Xia, these old tribes would submit. If the Fang King was defeated, these old tribes would leave the Fang King, and in the end, the Fang King would be the only one left. These old tribes had seen the Fang King's strength, so they had no choice but to accept it. The Fang King's army had gained a very precious air force. From the scale, there were around 20,000 people, and they were all riding on vultures. This was a large vulture cavalry, and it was clear they were here to fight against the Griffin Knights in Imperial City. This was too hard to believe. An air force of vultures and a demon wolf cavalry. The mounts, soldiers, and equipment of these two armies were all the same. This was clearly something that could only be created with a strong breeding and manufacturing power. The Warhounds' breeding ability was not bad, but they couldn't create this many high-quality mounts. Moreover, the Warhounds' equipment manufacturing skills were very simple. So how could they create this kind of army? The Fang King rode a 3-headed demon wolf, walking alone in the direction of Imperial City. This is the new Fang King. The Burning Sun ruler, felt a pressure coming from the Fawn King. This person's cultivation was higher than his by quite a bit. Even the calm martial ruler could not compare. So it's a nameless person. Behind the Fawn King was a group of Warhound's kingdom experts, including 3-4 true spirit experts who are all old tribe chiefs. Other than that, there was also the Southern Summer rebel Wang Tianlong. The Fawn King had sent out his full strength in this battle, preparing to capture Southern Summer's imperial city in a single battle. The difference in strength between the two sides was too large, and the fall of Southern Summer was imminent. But the Fawn King was not excited at all. Rather, he said with a dark expression, "Malam was killed by the two of you." Who was Malam? The Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler were stunned. "It was me who killed him." A sweet girl's voice sounded from the city walls. Meng Qinggu was not wearing her usual white robe. Rather, she was wearing a silver armor. She was fully armed like a valiant general. Gu Qianqiu was shocked. Chairman Meng actually killed that person. The Burning Sun ruler asked in a strange voice, "What? Could it be that person's background is very big?" "Of course," Gu Qianqiu angrily said. "Malam is the Hellsong tribe's vice tribe chief and a true spirit cultivator who worked with the rebel Wang Tianlong to kill my king." True spirit cultivator? Everyone was shocked. A weak girl like Meng Qinggu actually personally killed a warhound's true spirit cultivator? This news was too shocking. Just the merit from this head was enough for Meng Qinggu to become a marquis. After all, in all these years, Southern Xia had never killed a warhound's true spirit expert before. Even if a warhound's true spirit expert fell, it would be because of internal strife. The entire Warhound's army was thrown into an uproar. Malam actually died in the hands of a weak girl. The Fawn King's face was extremely dark, and his eyes seemed like they were about to spit fire. Chapter 333. The Nether Flame Blade Malam, the Hellsong tribe's vice chief, had actually died to a weak awakened soul. Realm girl? This news was just too explosive. The various warhounds tribes were all discussing this. "You are insulting my tribe's warriors." The Fawn King angrily roared, "How could you kill him? Don't you recognize this storage bag?" Meng Qinggu did not waste words as she took out a storage bag from the Fawn King. Then she took out a long black blade from the storage bag. The long blade was tied up in strips of cloth. Because this saber was a top-grade soul-contracting weapon, Meng Qinggu had no way of gaining its approval, so she had no way of using it. Even if you don't recognize the storage bag, I think you're not unfamiliar with this saber. Nether Flame Blade. Malam really died to her hands. Several Warhounds Plains chiefs were whispering to each other as they all had strange expressions on their faces. No one sympathized with Malam's death. Rather, most of them revealed looks of disdain. The Fawn King was unable to restrain his anger. Malam was his little brother and was the Fawn King's most trusted and capable subordinate. If Malam was killed by a strong enemy, it would be a fitting ending for a brave warrior. But Malam had actually died to this weak little girl's hands. This was not just an insult to Malam, it was also an insult to their Hellsong tribe. The purple gold Thunder God's drum was suddenly raised. Lightning. The Fawn King roared out as he released a bolt of lightning that exploded in the sky. It pierced through the clouds and charged at Meng Qinggu on the city wall. She could still release such a strong attack from this far away. The Fawn King's strength was truly terrifying. This shocked the Southern Xia soldiers. The refined ruler gave a cold laugh, and the golden pen fell out of his sleeve. He drew a circle in the air, and the lightning was instantly locked in. With a wave of the golden pen, the energy was sent back, shooting at the Fawn King like a beam of light. The Fawn King used the golden drum to block it, and it was all sucked in. The Fawn King softly asked, "You are the Southern Summer refined ruler?" "It is this ruler. The many years of chaos in the Warhounds were all secretly stirred up by you. The reason why Southern Xia can live until today is because of you." It's a pity that I haven't been able to grasp their recent movements. Otherwise, how could I have fallen to such a state? This ruler is clear on the situation of the Warhound's plains. It is impossible for them to launch this kind of attack. You are not a nameless person, so where did you come from? The Burning Sun ruler coldly said. Why are you wasting words with him? Since these Warhound's beasts have come, then we'll let them experience the power of Southern Xia's arrows. Burning Sun ruler, refined ruler, I suggest you surrender. Before the Fang King could say anything, Wang Tianlong slowly walked out. Could it be that you still naively think that Southern Xia is only facing the Warhound's kingdom? Wrong. He was gravely mistaken. You don't know what happened at all. You can't win this battle. The Southern Xia people were already suspicious of the Fang King's origin. This was because the Hellsong tribe was a new tribe that had appeared in the Warhound's plains in the last 10 years, so they were fundamentally different from the other Warhound's tribes. A tribe that was established in such a short period of time, it was impossible for them to establish a mature and complete army. 100,000 demon wolf cavalry and 20,000 vulture cavalry. Where did they come from? There was only one possibility. The Hellsong tribe was just a representative, representing a foreign power. That was why Wang Tianlong was so confident. The Hellsong tribe is a noble of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Wang Tianlong loudly shouted. The Warhound's kingdom has already become one of the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdoms, and the Warhounds are now under the Eagle Burial Kingdom's influence. Do you think you have the ability to fight against a warring kingdom? Everyone's expressions changed. Eagle Burial Kingdom? Although this country did not have any contact with the Southern Summer Country, some people had heard of it before. This was also a kingdom, but it had already developed to the level of a warring kingdom. It had to be known that for a kingdom to become a warring kingdom, it first had to have a stable and rich national power. It also had to have a military strength that surpassed the surrounding areas, showing a tendency to expand to become a warring kingdom. A warring kingdom was also a kingdom, and its strength far surpassed a normal kingdom, even surpassing a normal large kingdom. In the future, it had the potential to become an empire. Didn't the Tianma cult create a heavenly demon warring kingdom in the past? Everyone was clear on how strong the Tianma cult was at its peak. Each branch of the 10 great inheritances had at least several true spirit realm experts. The small southern summer country's national power compared to a warring kingdom did not have any chance of winning. The Warhound's kingdom had already become a warring kingdom. This generation's Fang King was not born on the Warhound's plains. Rather, he was a king from the spirit beast warring kingdom, not an independent king. It was no wonder the Fang King could lead such a strong army. With the situation on the Warhound's plains, this army couldn't be established even after several decades. This was clearly an army provided by the spirit beast warring kingdom behind the Warhound's kingdom. It was because of this that the Fang King could sweep through everything, causing the front lines of southern Xia to collapse in a single night. Now you understand. You have no chance of winning at all. Wang Tianlong said with a cold smile, not to mention you can't win today. So what if you're lucky enough not to be destroyed? In just a few days, the warring kingdom will send several times the number of soldiers. What use is there in defending? How long can you defend? You traitor! Shut up! A wise man submits to circumstances. The Fang King has ruled the plains and has now become the Fang King. Wang Tianlong was not moved at all. The destruction of the southern summer country is a fact. Only surrendering to the Warhounds can save the 200 million citizens of the southern summer country from the flames of war. Southern Xia will still be Southern Xia. It will just be a subsidiary of the Warhound's kingdom and a small piece of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's territory. Humans can still live their own lives and receive the protection of a strong warring kingdom, so why not? Don't be stubborn. There is no other way other than surrendering. Let Southern Xia become the spirit beast slaves? Let Southern Summer pay tribute to the Warhounds? Impossible. Don't tell me you want southern Xia to fall into death and destruction. Wang Tianlong loudly shouted. The lives of the millions of innocent citizens in Imperial City are in your hands. If you dare resist the War Hound's cavalry today, the city will be slaughtered on the day the city is broken. You better think this through. The defenders were a bit shaken. The strength of a warring kingdom was too terrifying. The small southern summer country couldn't even fight the War Hounds. Even if the War Hounds agreed, there would only be a large kingdom and a very unstable kingdom. How could they compare to a warring kingdom? Now that the War Hounds' plains had the help of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, the War Hounds' kingdom had been re-established. With the warring kingdom suppressing them, the War Hounds would have fewer internal conflicts. The War Hounds' kingdom had become a vassal state of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, so what qualifications did Southern Xia have to refuse becoming a subsidiary country? The countries of the continent were divided into 3 types. The first was an independent country. This was a country with complete sovereignty, diplomatic rights, and exclusive resources. It was not controlled by any outside powers and did not need to pay tribute. The second was a vassal state. A vassal state was not a kingdom. It could be a marquis state or a sovereign state. This was a country with a noble title that was sent to various places, allowing them to have their own territory. The current Fang King was clearly a king of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, so he was given the title of king of the War Hounds Kingdom. Although the Marquis had a high degree of autonomy in their territory, the highest commander of the War Hounds army was still the king. Every year they mined the resources from the treasury. They had to pay a certain amount of taxes to the main country. The third was a subsidiary country. Subsidiary countries were different from the first 2. Subsidiary countries were countries that were defeated or faced with a stronger country, so they surrendered. These subsidiary countries did not have any dignity and almost no sovereignty. Not only did they have to pay tribute, they also had to pay tribute, and they could not have their own army. Subsidiary countries existed to work hard, growing food, cultivating resources, raising demon beasts, and etc. They were not allowed to keep the treasury and had to take it all out to pay tribute. Once Southern Xia became a subsidiary country of the War Hounds Kingdom, their people and resources would not belong to them. But if they resisted with Southern Xia's national strength, how could they block the invasion of a large warring kingdom? Scram! A person like you who sells out your ancestors for glory. What qualifications do you have to shout here? Then I want to see how long you can remain arrogant in front of the War Hound's kingdom's overwhelming strength. Wang Tianlong did not plan on keeping them here. Although the Fang King promised to make him the new Southern Summer King, the 3 great clans did not have any meaning in existing. Otherwise, with Wang Tianlong's current strength, how could he suppress these fellows? He had to kill them all. Wang Tianlong was very clear on the burning sun ruler's temper. Since they wouldn't give up until they saw the coffin, they could not convince them to surrender, so he would use strength to speak. The Fang King did not want to waste time. This was because the calm martial ruler did not give the Fang King much time. At this time, a deep bugle was blown. The War Hound's army was preparing to attack. The vanguard was made up of giant beasts, leading around 50,000 War Hounds elites. Most of them were carrying tools to climb the walls, so this was the first wave of War Hounds to attack. Those giant beasts that looked like gorillas were over 10 meters tall, and each one was covered in incomparably thick armor. The threat that Southern Xia's archers posed to them was very limited, and even the arrows of true Soul Realm experts would find it hard to heavily injure them. Dong, dong, dong. The war drums became more and more intense. The speed at which this army charged out was becoming faster and faster. The burning sun ruler knit his brows. Will it really work? Relax. Meng Qingguo tightly clenched her fist. Just wait and see. A giant beast suddenly stepped on something, and a large amount of energy was released from its foot. It released a large amount of light and heat in a short period of time. That wild energy was released like a tsunami, instantly blowing up the giant beast's leg. That giant shockwave sent several hundred Warhound soldiers flying, and quite a few of them were sent flying. The Warhound's vanguard formation fell into chaos. Hong, hong, hong. There were several large explosions. Several more source energy bombs buried underground were detonated. Without any warning, these giant monsters suddenly suffered a violent explosion. Basically, they were all blown to pieces. The power of this explosion was so strong that every time it was released, a black bowl-shaped pit would appear on the ground. Perhaps even a true Soul Realm expert would be heavily injured or even killed by this explosion. Fire! Meng Qingguo gave an order. Several catapults on the wall were launched, and several tightly wrapped bombs flew out from the wall, falling in a parabola in the center of the Warhound's army. Another shining mushroom cloud appeared. Several hundred Warhound soldiers were in the range of the bombs and were immediately killed by this violent explosion. The Warhound's first wave did not even have time to fight before they suffered a heavy setback. Their originally low morale was restored by quite a bit. No matter what happened in the future, they would at least win this battle first. After all, the Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler were not fools. If the situation reached a point where they could not resist, then they would naturally retreat. Bring the bow. Southern Xia's bombs were too strong, causing large losses to the Warhounds. This made the Warhounds' experts very unhappy. When Southern Xia threw another source energy bomb, a Warhound's expert pulled his bow and shot an arrow at the bomb. This bomb exploded in the air. There were quite a few Southern Summer soldiers on the wall that were injured. When the source energy bombs were shattered, the fragments fell in different places like fireworks. Each fragment exploded, causing a certain amount of damage to the Warhounds' tribe. What was this thing? The Warhounds were very shocked. Mind's eye. Wang Tianlong used his divine sense to observe the ground in front of him and was surprised to find that there were many high-energy objects buried in the ground in front of Imperial City. It was these things that had blown up the Warhounds' giant beasts. Humph! The Fong King had clearly noticed this as he coldly raised the golden drum. Shoot the arrows in front of you! The Warhounds' archers immediately pulled their bows, and a large wave of arrows fell down. Those source energy bombs that did not explode in time were mostly detonated by the rain of arrows. Like this, the buried mines had lost their effect. It was a pity that there was too little time, and Miracle Commerce did not have time to make enough source energy bombs. The Warhounds' army did not care about death as they charged forward. They were about to reach the wall, and the following battle would be very difficult. Perhaps they would have to fight a hard battle. Chapter 334. The war drums were like thunder, shaking the earth. The Warhounds' army charged forward like a black mass, finally beginning their attack. When they entered the range of Southern Xia's archers, a terrifying whistling sound came from the sky. It was like a dark cloud was covering them, instantly blocking the sunlight as countless arrows fell down. Ice, flames, and explosions. These talisman arrows had shocking might, instantly causing the Warhounds' army to suffer heavy losses. Release the arrows! Counterattack! A Warhounds' chief personally led the charge. Let them see the might of the Warhounds' kingdom! The Warhounds' army charged forward with a strange roar, shooting arrows into the sky. Countless arrows fell onto the city walls, attempting to use the rain of arrows to suppress the resistance of the Southern Summer defenders. The Refined ruler coldly ordered, "Activate the talisman array." The Shangguan family stood in a circle, each person holding a large flag covered in talismans. They slammed it into the city walls, and the energy from the talismans began to interweave, forming a protective barrier around the city walls. The Warhounds' arrows were all bounced off the protective barrier. The Warhounds attempted to climb the city walls, but Southern Xia had already placed large amounts of talisman traps on the city walls. As long as the Warhounds touched the traps, they would immediately trigger flames, frost, or explosions. How could it be easy for the Warhounds' army to climb the city walls? The southern summer defenders just had to hold their ground. It was victory as long as the city was not broken. The calm martial ruler had escaped from Song State and killed his way back, which would instantly change the situation. The Fong King knew this, so he did not hesitate to go crazy. The Fong King coldly stared at the intense battlefield. "Move out with the vulture cavalry!" Large amounts of black dots appeared in the clouds at this time. Countless war-hound soldiers, riding vultures, passed through the defensive line and appeared in the sky above Imperial City. After all, Royal City was not a fortress. The frontline fortresses were almost completely enclosed fortresses, but it was impossible for Royal City to be enclosed. Therefore, the aerial troops could completely bypass the defensive line and land in the center of the city to launch an attack, breaking through Royal City's defenses from the inside. Large amounts of war-hounds soldiers fell down from the sky like dumplings. The war-hounds vulture cavalry had transported at least 30,000–40,000 war-hounds elites into Imperial City. If these 30,000–40,000 elites and 20,000 vulture cavalry attacked from the inside, it would be a large disturbance and trouble for southern Xia. Wild Flame Legion blocked the enemy's airborne ground troops. The Burning Sun ruler immediately ordered the Nangong family's Wild Flame Heavy Armor Corps to move out and form a solid defense for Imperial City. "Griffin Knights, go forward and tie down these air forces!" The 2,000 Griffins had been waiting for a long time. When they received the Burning Sun ruler's order, they immediately flew into the air and attacked the vulture cavalry that was 10 times the number in Imperial City. Although the Griffin Knights didn't have the advantage in numbers, their imposing manner wasn't inferior at all. The Griffins themselves were powerful level 2 magical beasts, and every single Royal Knight was a top-notch elite of Southern Xia. Even if the enemy outnumbered them 10-1, they would still have the ability to fight. "Is this the strongest legion of Southern Xia?" The commander of the vulture cavalry sneered. "What a ridiculous bunch of fools!" The Griffin Knights were the peak force protecting Southern Xia and Imperial City. In order to create the Griffin Knights, Southern Xia bought griffins from foreign sources at a high price each year and invested large amounts of resources into training the Griffin Knights. The Griffin Knights represented Southern Xia's authority in a certain sense. If they could defeat this army, it would be a destructive blow to Southern Xia's morale. Since they're seeking death, we'll let them see how strong our Eagle Burial Kingdom's air force is. The vulture cavalry commander loudly ordered, "Kill!" The Griffin Knight commander faced the dense amount of vulture cavalry and immediately raised his spear high up as he shouted, "Prepare for battle!" The 2 airborne armies quickly moved, and when they were about to collide, the Griffin Knight commander loudly shouted, "Wind Blade Array!" 2,000 griffins simultaneously gathered their strength and released a wave of azure wind blades. The griffins were much stronger than the vultures, so this storm-like wind blade attack was very powerful. If they directly hit the vultures, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. In an instant, a large number of them would be wiped out. But how could it be this easy? The vulture cavalry was a regular army of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Not only were they well trained, they also had rich battle experience. When the griffins gathered their strength, the vulture cavalry were already prepared and dodged at the same time. The blue wind blades passed through them, but not many of them hit their targets. Looking from the ground, the orderly vulture cavalry suddenly exploded. All the vulture cavalry moved in different directions, instantly forming a semicircle that seemed like it was trying to swallow the Griffin Knights. "Kill them!" The vulture cavalry completely surrounded the Griffin Knights, sealing off the space around them. After all, the vulture cavalry had the advantage in numbers. If they used a blockade strategy, the Griffin cavalry's movements would be hindered. Although the Royal Knights were very strong and the Griffin mounts were very fierce, the Warhound's vulture cavalry weren't bad either. Once they were surrounded by the vulture cavalry, it would be hard for them to escape in a short period of time. The Griffin Knight commander's face fell. "Break through!" How could it be that easy? Release the arrows. The Griffin Knights each had a spear. Most of the time, they relied on their griffins to charge through enemy lines. Griffins could shoot powerful wind blades, which could make up for their lack of ranged attacks. Thus, the Griffin Knights didn't use ranged weapons. The vulture cavalry situation was different. The vulture beasts had thick skin and flesh, and their speed when carrying heavy loads was outstanding. However, they didn't have the ability to attack from a distance. Because of this, during the selection process of the vulture cavalry, the priority was to be a sharpshooter. There were even some strong vulture beasts that were paired with 2 cavalrymen, one in charge of close combat and the other in charge of long-range attacks. The Griffin Knights had just entered close combat with the first row of vulture cavalry when the second and third row of vultures released a large wave of arrows. The front lines were pinned down by the melee attackers, while the back lines were shot from the shadows. With such a combination of ranged attacks and melee attacks, the Griffin cavalry couldn't hold on for long, even with the Griffin's wind elemental defensive barrier. Almost immediately, the Griffin cavalry fell into a disadvantageous position. They tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but failed. It really wasn't good. Southern Xia was a small country in the end, so they lacked experience in aerial battles. Even the elite Griffin Knights did not have much experience in aerial battles, so when they fought against a trained aerial force, even if they had an advantage in individual strength, they would still be suppressed. Dong, dong, dong. The war hounds' black tide of attacks became even fiercer. Whether it was the imperial city or the war hounds, the casualties were all increasing. Because the vulture cavalry had sent a group of airborne soldiers into southern Xia, the city walls were in chaos. There were quite a few war hound soldiers that didn't fear death climbing up the walls. Throw the bombs. Quickly. The southern Xia defenders had no way of dealing with the wildly climbing warhound soldiers, so they could only throw the last batch of source energy bombs down from the city walls. In an instant, the earth shook and large amounts of explosions appeared on the city walls. Each source energy bomb released a terrifying light and heat, causing the imperial city to tremble under this terrifying might. Each explosion occurred where the warhound soldiers were gathered, instantly tearing apart over 100 warhound soldiers. The warhound's army was shocked by the terrifying might of the source energy bombs. The might of these weapons was just too terrifying. Don't care about them. Continue killing. Southern Xia's city walls are about to be broken. The warhound's army was incomparably fierce. These powerful source energy bombs could barely suppress the warhound's attack. But it didn't take long for the warhounds to return, attacking the city walls like ants. In terms of defense, southern Xia's imperial city could not compare to the frontline fortress. Because imperial city was too big and there were too many people. There were 9 city gates. The warhounds' army attacked 7 of the city gates at the same time. So Miracle Commerce had a limited amount of source energy bombs. Now that they were almost used up, there was no way to stop the warhounds from attacking the city. The Griffin Knights that southern Xia was proud of were currently being suppressed by the vulture cavalry, so they had no way to reinforce the defenses. Instead, more and more warhound soldiers were creating chaos in Imperial City, wantonly setting fires and attacking, making the situation even more chaotic. Finally, there was a warhound's army that successfully climbed up the city walls. The following troops continued to pour in like a tide, each one of them fighting without fear of death. The southern Xia army was much weaker in comparison. Meng Qinggu saw that many parts of the city walls were invaded by the warhound's army, and she knew that Imperial City couldn't hold on much longer. She immediately said to the Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler, "It's about time." The 2 rulers nodded. The Burning Sun ruler raised a flag high up and a horn sounded in southern Xia's imperial city. The Fong King knit his brows when he saw this. Could it be that southern Xia still had a move they hadn't used? At this time, the Griffin Knights that were surrounded by the vulture cavalry suddenly began to counterattack. The 2,000 Griffin Knights charged forward with a lance in one hand and a source energy submachine gun in the other. This weapon is... Wang Tianlong was shocked when he saw the weapon the Griffin Knights were using. Wang Tianlong was not unfamiliar with this thing. He had seen it in Chu Tian's hands before. Only Wang Tianlong had always thought that it was a special secret treasure, but who would have thought that the Griffin Knights would all have one? Wang Tianlong had seen the might of this weapon before. If everyone had one, how terrifying would that be? The Griffin Knight commander loudly shouted, "Kill them all!" The war hounds did not even have time to react before the source energy submachine gun spat out a dazzling white flame. Over 1,000 energy bullets flew out faster than arrows. The firing speed was too fast and the attack was too sudden. How could the vulture cavalry resist at such a close distance? In an instant, several hundred vultures fell from the sky, creating a gap in the vulture cavalry's encirclement. The Griffin Knights used a storm of bullets to create a gap in the vulture cavalry's formation, causing heavy casualties to the vultures. Then they charged down the city walls, and the muzzles of their submachine guns swept across the war hound soldiers on the city walls. The sky was filled with dense light bullets. This was the effect of 2,000 source energy submachine guns firing at the same time. When the source energy bullets weren't fired, not only were they small, they were also faster than arrows. Shooting at such a close distance, these warhound soldiers did not have time to dodge at all. They were instantly killed, greatly reducing the pressure on the city walls. This was the Nangong family's over 10,000 wild flame heavy armor army. Their left hands held pistols and their right hands held large swords, currently fighting the warhound soldiers that dropped in. There was no suspense in the result as the warhound soldiers were defeated in one battle. How could they block this terrifying army? The Nangong family's wild flame heavy armor army already had strong close combat abilities, and now, with the assistance of the pistols, they could easily pierce through an awakened soul cultivator's protective spirit energy. These warhound soldiers that dropped in were elites, but how many of them were awakened soul cultivators? This was a completely one-sided situation. They had regained their air superiority, relieved the pressure on the city walls, and cleared out the enemies in the city. The southern summer imperial city was becoming smoother and smoother, so the warhounds would not be able to break through Imperial City. These humans really do have some methods. The Fawn King's eyes seemed like they were spitting fire, but he was not flustered and exasperated. Rather, he calmly said, "How are the preparations on that side?" Wang Tianlong confidently said, "Please be assured, Fawn King, everything is prepared. These fellows won't be happy for long." "Good. Inform the Demon Wolf Cavalry to prepare to attack." Chapter 335. The Warhound soldiers that had been dropped by the Vulture Knights were being pushed back by the Nangong family's Wild Flame Army. The Wild Flame Army was Southern Xia's strongest infantry army. Each one was covered in incomparably thick armor, and it was hard for early awakened Soul Realm experts to break through their defenses. Moreover, the Wild Flame Army was raised using the Nangong family's secret technique, so they were all tall and strong, almost not feeling any pain. Although they were in the peak 9th body refinement layer, their individual strength was close to an awakened soul cultivator. An entire 10,000 wild flame warriors held giant broadswords in their right hands and source energy pistols in their left. The warhound soldiers tried to break through the encirclement several times, but failed, finally being forced back together. Almost at the same time, the Griffin Knights supported the city walls, instantly eliminating the pressure on the Southern Summer Army, giving the Southern Summer Army enough time to regain their footing. Although Imperial City was in a mess because of the flames of battle, the most dangerous wave of attacks had been blocked at this moment. The Griffin Knights once again began fighting with the Vulture Knights. Each Griffin Knight had at least one energy magazine left. In front of the high firing speed and firepower of the source energy submachine guns, The Vulture Knights could not form a proper battle formation. After a few rounds of attacks from the Griffin Knights, the Vulture Knights had suffered at least 3-4 times the casualties of the Griffin Knights. Ha 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 ha! The Burning Sun ruler punched a war hound's general's body. His body was covered in blood, and his red hair danced in the wind. He stared at the retreating warhound soldiers and wildly laughed. The warhounds only amount to this much, daring to attack my southern summer country. I'll make sure you never return. The refined ruler had also killed several high-level generals. At this moment, the most dangerous wave of attacks from the warhounds had been blocked. The warhounds' Vulture Knights had suffered heavy casualties, and the elites that had been dropped into the city had been chased by the Wild Flame Army, with most of them having already died. The warhounds had surrounded the city and suffered heavy casualties. If they chose to retreat now, it would not be easy to attack the city again. On one hand, after this battle, Southern Xiao's confidence had increased, and on the other hand, the calm martial ruler was about to return. The Southern Summer Cavalry did not have much time left for the warhounds. Miracle Commerce's source energy weapons had played a crucial role. It was because of the strong source energy weapons that the Griffin Knights could escape from their disadvantage, allowing the Wild Flame Army to easily defeat the warhounds' elites. It was also because of the deterrence of the source energy weapons that the warhounds' experts, including the Fawn King, did not dare act rashly, greatly reducing the pressure on their defenses. The refined ruler took out the dark gold pen from the heart of a warhound's general. When his eyes swept over the warhounds' army, he suddenly noticed a different situation. Where did their main cavalry go? With these words, the Burning Sun ruler was alerted. The most important part of the warhounds' army was the demonic wolf cavalry. This was an army with a battle strength that made people's blood run cold. Only no matter how intense the battle was, the Fawn King had always been calm and did not use this army to attack the city. Now that they looked over, they were surprised to find that the nightmarish Black Army had already disappeared. Southern Xia was cheering for their victory. The Burning Sun ruler stared at the Fawn King. Although they were very far away, the Fawn King's eyes did not contain any anger or frustration. Rather, there was a deep sense of cunning, as if he was waiting for something. This is bad. Could it be that he still had a backup plan? When the Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler felt this was bad, there was a series of sounds of fighting that came from the center of Imperial City. There were also the faint roars of angry wolves mixed in. The warhounds' elites that had been suppressed by the Wild Flame Army suddenly began to wildly counterattack like they were on steroids. Before the Wild Flame Army could react, from the roofs and corners of the surroundings, there were even people that jumped over the walls. Like a flood, thousands of Black Wolf cavalry appeared. This is bad. It was too sudden, and the Wild Flame Army did not have time to counterattack. Countless demonic wolf cavalry swarmed over, instantly cutting into the Wild Flame Army's formation. Moreover, their numbers kept increasing, surpassing the Wild Flame Army in an instant. It was like a group of wild dogs fighting over a delicious piece of meat, instantly throwing the Wild Flame Army into chaos. The warhounds' cavalry had appeared in Imperial City. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Why would the warhounds' cavalry appear in the city? A person quickly ran over to report, "The enemy is coming from the direction of the Nangong family." This is impossible. The Burning Sun ruler could not help but believe this. A large group of incomparably fierce black figures were continuously charging out. The agile, demonic wolf cavalry jumped over the roofs, killing the innocent civilians and soldiers on the streets. 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The Burning Sun ruler's wild, flame, heavy armored army in the city were instantly submerged. The demonic wolf cavalry became larger and larger, appearing in an endless stream. What the hell is going on? The Burning Sun ruler angrily roared out, but he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the family's secret passage has been? The entire southern Xia imperial city was built by the three great clans, so during the construction of Imperial City, the three great clans would definitely build a secret passage outside the city for some reason. This was not a strange matter at all, but the security of the secret passage was very high. It could not be opened from the outside and could only be opened from the inside. There were not many people in the Nangong family that had the authority to open it, especially in this kind of wartime situation. Then why would the secret passage be opened for no reason? At this time, countless demonic wolf cavalry suddenly surrounded a small group of Nangong family soldiers. The one leading them was not anyone else. It was actually the burning sun ruler's son, the departing flame Marquis. The departing flame Marquis was accompanied by several thousand departing flame guards he had personally trained. Departing flame Marquis. Why is the departing flame Marquis with the Warhound's people? Damn, could it be the departing flame Marquis who let the enemy in? If the departing flame Marquis opened the Nangong family's secret passage, everything would be logical. After all, the departing flame Marquis was the head of the 8 marquises and the only first-class Marquis. He had the powerful departing flame soldiers and had the authority to open it. Even if the family opposed it, the departing flame Marquis could still open it with his strength. Ha ha ha! A true spirit realm Warhound's chief laughed beside the departing flame Marquis. You never thought that this would be your end. The burning sun ruler's face turned red and black. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nangongling, you unfilial son! How dare you frame this old man for being unjust? How dare you frame the family for being unjust? Old fellow, you've gone senile. The departing flame Marquis Nangongling coldly said, the southern summer imperial city has around 7-8 million people, and this bustling city will be destroyed by you fools. I'm only doing this to protect the citizens. The Fang King has already promised me that as long as I help him take down Imperial City, he will spare the citizens and make me the ruler of the southern summer country. As for you, why are you still stubbornly resisting? Betraying your country for glory, but you have to use such a grand excuse. The refined ruler was filled with rage. Imperial City was about to be defended, but who would have thought that this kind of turn would occur? You are the shame of the southern summer country. Nangongling did not care. No matter what you say, the Dongfang family's southern Xia cannot be protected. The Nangong family and Shangguan family do not need to be buried with him. The true spirit realm Warhound's chief on the side was already impatient. Too much nonsense, attack! The demon wolf cavalry wildly charged at the city walls. Southern Xia's defenses were all external, so now that the enemy was attacking from the inside, how could they defend? The Fang King could feel the change in the city from outside the city. He gave a cold smile and raised the purple-gold thunder god's drum in his hand. The time has come. Follow me to attack the city. The Fang King personally made a move. Other than the Fang King, the Warhounds had at least 4 other true spirit realm experts. The number, scale, and battle strength of their army far surpassed that of southern Xia. Now that they were attacking Imperial City from the inside, how could the southern summer country defend it? 2 rulers of the southern summer country, let me face you. The Fang King stomped on the ground and jumped several dozen meters off the city walls. Using the depression in the city walls, he jumped several dozen meters again and actually landed on top of the city walls. The city walls were already burning, and the soldiers were resisting the enemies coming from all directions. How could they concentrate their firepower on the Fang King? The Fang King casually raised the purple-gold thunder god's drum in his hand, and several southern summer soldiers surrounding him were turned to ashes by the lightning. The burning sun ruler said to Meng Qinggu beside him, "You guys retreat first and defend the royal palace." Chen Bingyu brought Meng Qinggu away from the battlefield. This battle was not something they could interfere with. The Fang king did not chase, and he disdained chasing, because the only people worthy of being his opponent in the entire imperial city were these two. The burning sun ruler and the refined ruler did not say a word as they attacked the Fang king at the same time. Hong, hong, hong. The entire city walls exploded. 3 true spirit realm experts fiercely clashed, and the destructive power of this level of battle was very shocking. Large pieces of the city walls collapsed, and the scene turned into a chaotic mess. At this time, 3 figures flew out at the same time and landed on the ruins. Both sides had only exchanged a few moves, but the refined ruler and the burning sun ruler were both injured, while the Fang king did not seem to have any injuries at all. He still had a relaxed appearance, and just from this point, it could be seen how big the difference in strength was. The Fang king said with a laugh of ridicule, "The 3 rulers of the southern summer country only have this much strength?" At this time, they were surrounded by the war hound's army on all sides. The burning sun ruler and the refined ruler looked at each other. Retreat! The 2 of them retreated, and several war hounds' plains chiefs chased after them, but they were stopped by the Fang king. The Fang king calmly said, "There is no need to worry about 2 true spirit cultivators. Our mission is to take down the southern summer imperial city. Even if the Song State cavalry arrives, they won't be able to turn the situation around. No matter what tricks the other side plays, victory will still belong to us in the end. Yes, you will lead the troops to sweep through the southern summer army and destroy their last resistance." The Fang king's eyes were as cold as ice. As for these people, it doesn't matter if they live for a few more hours. Chapter 336. Chu Tian had been in a state of chaos for the past few days. He felt like he was floating in an empty space, and there were some cryptic and profound sounds lingering in his ears, sometimes near and sometimes far, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Chu Tian felt like his entire body was immersed in chaos, and he was sinking into a bottomless abyss. However, at that moment, a towering and majestic demon god appeared in the endless darkness. This demon god had 9 eyes, and each eye had a different color. Each color represented a profound power in the world, and each eye seemed to contain the great Tao of heaven and earth. White was space, silver was time, green was life, black was death, purple was the soul, and gold was divine sense. The 9 eyes each represented an extraordinary power. The 9-eyed demon god was a supreme being that had 9 kinds of power outside of elemental energy. Chu Tian was very familiar with the 9-eyed demon god's power because he was Chu Tian and Chu Tian was him. It was just a reincarnation. However, what surprised Chu Tian the most was that the 9-eyed demon god felt very unfamiliar to him at this moment. This was because there was another eye on the 9-eyed demon god's body. This eye was closed the entire time, but it was releasing an incredible power. This eye is... Chu Tian felt like the 10th eye was about to open, and an irresistible power covered him, pulling Chu Tian out of the abyss of his consciousness. Was this just a dream? When Chu Tian woke up, he was covered in sweat. The 10th eye was the power sealed by the nameless ancient god, and the nameless ancient god had warned Chu Tian to not open this eye easily, otherwise there would be unimaginable consequences. What kind of power did this eye represent? Chu Tian felt a strong headache. Although he had rested for several days and his body hadn't recovered, his spiritual energy had gradually returned to normal. At least he could get out of bed and walk. "Ying, why is it so noisy outside?" "Chu Tian, you're finally awake." Meng Ying had a worried expression as she looked out the window. When she heard Chu Tian's voice, she immediately turned around in pleasant surprise. But then she said in a worried and fearful voice, "Southern Xia's army has been defeated again, and the war hounds have killed their way into Imperial City. All the soldiers and civilians have surrendered and are fighting to the death, causing the entire Imperial City to fall into chaos." What? He was defeated again. Chu Tian immediately sat up. What the hell are these Southern Xia troops doing? The front lines fell because of a sneak attack. It's understandable that they weren't prepared, but how did King City fall as well? Mang Ying gave a sigh. I don't know, elder sister won't let me go out. However, I heard elder sister Nangong say that it was the departing flame marquis who betrayed us and led the war hound's army into the city through a secret passage. They worked together to break the city. Another traitor? Chu Tian felt a headache. If even Imperial City fell, wouldn't Southern Xia be finished? Like this, what would happen to the miracle commerce that Chu Tian had spent half a year to build? Where are we? Chu Tian found that this place was not the miracle commerce headquarters. The royal palace. For safety, elder sister ordered her subordinates to destroy the Yin sect research facility in Imperial City and burn the headquarters. Then she brought the other people from Miracle Commerce to the royal palace. The Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler still have over 100,000 soldiers fighting to the death, using the royal palace as a stronghold. However, there are too many enemies, I think. Imperial City can't be defended. We need to discuss a retreat plan. Quickly come with me. Before he finished, the door was pushed open, and Meng Qingguo quickly walked in. When she saw Chu Tian sitting up, she revealed a surprised expression. Chu Tian, you woke up at the right time. Chu Tian did not know what had happened recently. Did you just say retreat? What do you mean? There's no time to explain right now. Every minute is more dangerous. Meng Qingguo quickly said to Meng Yingying. Quickly, let's go to the main hall. The main hall of the palace was not as glorious and peaceful as it usually was. At this moment, it was filled with armored warriors. Looking out from the main hall, half of the city was burning. The thick black smoke had long covered the entire sky. Chu Tian saw several familiar faces, like the Burning Sun ruler, the Refined ruler, Gu Qianqiu, Shen Fengho, the Golden Arrow Marquis, the Four Direction Marquis, and others. Everyone was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. When everyone saw Chu Tian, they revealed a complex expression. Chu Tian weakly said, "The general situation, I've already heard about it. Now that Imperial City has fallen, there are only a few 100,000 soldiers left to defend the royal palace. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop the war hounds for long, so it's too late to do anything now. Have you thought about how to retreat?" The Burning Sun ruler stomped his chest in regret. The fall of Imperial City is all this ruler's fault. How could the Nangong family give birth to such an unfilial son? The situation is already lost. It's too late to regret. The Refined ruler had a defeated look on his face at this moment. The southern summer countries north can't be defended. The Imperial region, Song State, and the departing flame, Marquis, Furnace State will be lost. But the southern summer country has 6 states in the south. Each state has an average of over 100,000 soldiers, as well as the tens of thousands of miles of mountains and the 4 states lake as a barrier. Perhaps they can stop the war hounds from swallowing the southern summer country. What we need to do now is to try our best to preserve the southern summer country's strength and defend the 6 southern states. There was really no way to reverse the current situation. The Fang King had experts like Clouds, and his army had an overwhelming advantage. Imperial City had already fallen and was in chaos, being heavily damaged. Now that things had developed to this point, not to mention it was impossible to turn defeat into victory, even if they created a miracle and drove away the war hound's army. So what? The front lines had collapsed and Imperial City had been destroyed. Was there any meaning in the Imperial region like this? At this moment, it was better to preserve their strength and move to the south, using their geographical advantage to block the war hound's invasion. The problem was how to move. The sounds of fighting outside were becoming more and more intense. The Burning Sun ruler said, "The Dongfang family has a secret passage in the royal palace. The eldest prince, Dongfang Haoran, has the authority to open it and knows how to open it. Now I ask the great scholar, the country guarding ruler, and the dukes to bring the remaining 1,000 royal knights and 20,000 elites of the 3 races to leave Imperial City through the passage. Of the 6 southern states, Central State has the best position and can become the new center of Southern Xia, preserving the last bloodline of the Southern Xia tribes. Dongfang Haran was also covered in blood as he immediately walked out. Understood. If this many people evacuate, will the war hounds not care? The Burning Sun ruler revealed a determined expression. Leave in peace. The refined ruler and I will lead the last of Imperial City's elites and fight the war hounds to the last moment. With us stalling for time here, they won't be able to chase after you. The meaning behind these words was that the Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler were prepared to fight to the end. Why must the two rulers defend a broken city to the death? Gu Qianqiu immediately said, "Where there's life, there's hope." The Burning Sun ruler decisively said, "The fall of Imperial City is this ruler's greatest crime. I have let down the Nangong family's Lai Zhu and the countless heroes of Southern Xia. Only a bloody battle can redeem myself. This ruler has already decided to bring the Nangong family's direct descendants to defend, and the Nangong family's branch families and youths under 20 will all be managed by Nangong Yin. From today on, Nangong Yin will be a new member of the Nangong family. I hope that we can treat the Nangong family's descendants well, and let the phoenix be reborn in flames." Because of the departing flame Marquis betrayal, the Burning Sun ruler was filled with guilt, so he decided to stay behind to buy time for everyone. This was understandable, but why did the refined ruler stay behind? There weren't many true spirit realm experts in Southern Xia. Southern Xia's information system is managed by the Shangguan family. The Warhound planes changed, and the Warhound's army suddenly attacked. But this ruler did not notice it at all, causing Southern Xia to fall into disaster. The root of this is the Shangguan family's fault. The refined ruler said with a heavy expression, "This ruler has led the Shangguan family for several decades, but I have only been obsessed with power and benefits. I have forgotten the teachings of my ancestors and abandoned my duty. This ruler is incompetent. The Shangguan family's foundation is an imperial city. So how could they be fine now that their nest has fallen? The Shangguan family is guilty, so we will fight to the last moment." These two people made Chu Tian suddenly understand something. The calm martial ruler had said that the Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler were different from the other families he had met. Chu Tian did not understand at that time, but now he knew what he was referring to. From these two noble rulers, Chu Tian saw something normal families did not have: honor and dignity. As rulers of the southern summer country, even if they knew they would die, they would still fight to the last moment. Chu Tian. A low and deep voice sounded in his ears. The Western Marquis was holding a pen dripping with blood as he looked at him. "To be honest, I still hate you to the bone, but it's a pity that I won't have a chance to take revenge. If you are a southern summer man, you will shoulder your responsibilities. Otherwise, even if I turn into an evil spirit in the underworld, I will not let you off." The sound of the walls collapsing came from the royal palace. The Burning Sun ruler shouted at everyone, "Retreat, otherwise it will be too late." The overall situation is important. The refined ruler also said, "Let's go." Chu Tian cupped his hands to the two of them. Today's disaster is not only a humiliation for everyone, it is also a humiliation for me, Chu Tian. Today, Chu Tian, swear that there will be a day when the Warhound's plains will be flattened. The Burning Sun ruler gave a laugh. "It's enough with your words. The Warhound's kingdom's destruction is just around the corner. My king has given you the title of country guarding ruler in this crisis. It is clear that he has high hopes for you. Now that Southern Xia is in danger, I hope that the ruler can withstand the collapse of the southern summer country in this critical moment." The refined ruler walked in front of Chu Tian. "The grudge between you and the Shangguan family will be written off by this ruler. Please treat the Shangguan family's descendants well. Let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now." Gu Qianqiu said to Dongfang Haoren, "Quickly open the secret passage." The youths and branches of the three great clans, The Griffin Knights, the important scholars and geniuses, there were a total of 20,000 people. They first went to the royal palace treasury to move the things that could be moved, and the things that couldn't be moved were burned down. Finally, under Dongfang Haren's lead, they left through the royal palace's secret passage. Hong dong dong. The royal palace doors slowly opened. The burning sun ruler and the refined ruler looked at the southern summer imperial city in flames, as well as the dense war hound's army. Their hearts were filled with emotions. They never would have thought that the bustling city from a few days ago would have this kind of earth-shattering change in just a few short nights. The southern summer country that had rested for several decades had been completely burned down by a single fire. The southern summer king was dead. The front-line Marshal Dongfang Haren was dead. Next was the burning sun ruler and the refined ruler. Old man Nangong, we are a bit unwilling to end things like this. That's right, we are too unwilling. But we are old, so we'll leave the future to the youths. At least we can leave in a beautiful manner. Our lives won't be in vain. Let's go. The two true spirit experts flew into the air at the same time, leading the experts of the three great clans and their final army to attack the Warhound's army one last time. Fighting like cornered beasts, each person had the determination to die. The Warhound's army suffered a fierce attack, and the fierce battle lasted for half a day. The next morning, the flames of battle gradually calmed down. The Fang King stood in the ruined royal palace and looked over the entire imperial city. From today onwards, this land would be completely conquered by him. Reporting to the Fang King, Dongfang Zhan, Shangguan Songfeng, and Nangong Yan's corpses have already been buried in Imperial City. Good. Wang Tianlong anxiously charged in and said, "We haven't found the corpses of Chu Tian's group." "What are you nervous about?" a Warhound's chief said in an uncaring voice. "In this kind of battle, it is normal for the corpses to be destroyed." "Impossible." Wang Tianlong had a premonition. "He is most likely still alive." The Warhound soldiers did not care. So what if he was alive? The southern summer imperial city had been captured, and the elites had all been killed. What else could they do to turn things around? The Fang King thought about it and said, "I'll give you the vulture group. Search for their whereabouts." It was too late. The escape route Meng Qingguo had left was now in use. At this time, at Song State's ferry, the giant shark gang fleet she had arranged ahead of time was already waiting. The younger generation of the three great clans and the important talents of Imperial City were currently boarding in an orderly manner. Meng Qingguo looked at the hazy sky and her heart was very heavy. She never thought that they would leave Imperial City like this. Chapter 337. On the day of Imperial City's fall, there was a sudden storm. This bad weather made it harder to chase, but it was the only blessing the heavens had for southern Xia. The giant shark gang's warship passed through Song State and smoothly entered the Four States Lake. After reaching the Four States Lake, there was no need to worry about the warhounds pursuing them. Coo. Chu Tian was wearing a coat as he sat on the bumpy warship. There was an electric lamp in front of him as he drew up one blueprint after another. His body had clearly not recovered, and there was no blood on his face, looking very weak. Chu Tian understood his injuries better than anyone else. To kill the true spirit realm expert Malum, he had paid a large price, but it didn't matter. As long as he didn't die, Chu Tian had many methods to make up for it. Mang Yingying pushed open the door and walked in, holding 2 cans of hot food. "Your injuries haven't healed yet. I think you should rest early." "You want to beat Master Chu Tian with these injuries? How could it be that easy?" Chu Tian gave a laugh, looking like he was very relaxed. He looked out the window at the pitch-black lake and had a ruffian look on his face. "Father has never been chased by anyone before, and I was actually chased away by these lowly spirit beasts. What kind of bullshit, Fang King, is this? Just wait and see. I'll get my revenge no matter what." This was the Chu Tian that Yingying knew. When Mang Yingying saw Chu Tian like this, if it wasn't for Zhao Pu and Gu Qianqiu's repeated reminders, She would have thought that Chu Tian had fully recovered. This fellow was clearly half dead, but he was still thinking about revenge. It really made people feel helpless. Save it, save it. Meng Yingying handed a can of food to Chu Tian and snappily said, I think you should properly heal yourself and think of a way to save your little life and miracle commerce first before thinking about revenge. Chu Tian was very confident in miracle commerce, but any genius or great existence would easily die before they fully matured. Moreover, the continent was chaotic and turbulent. It was not easy to survive in this chaotic world. However, it was also because of this that Chu Tian wanted to establish miracle commerce. Miracle commerce could not only provide Chu Tian with a large number of resources, but it could also provide protection to Chu Tian and the people around Chu Tian as he grew stronger. Miracle commerce had been developing smoothly until now, but it had suffered an unprecedented setback when it tried to expand to the north of Royal City. This meant that miracle commerce was not strong enough. However, Chu Tian secretly swore that he would not let something like this happen again. After the battle at Royal City, southern Xia had basically been destroyed by more than half. Its territory had shrunk by a quarter, and its elite forces had been severely damaged. The armies of the 6 southern states, added together, could not compare to an imperial region. So, after the war hounds conquered the north, they would continue to invade the southern summer country. The crisis had not been resolved, and the situation was still very serious. But Meng Yingying still had confidence in Chu Tian. In fact, Meng Yingying was the one who blindly believed in Chu Tian out of everyone here. The attack on the front lines was too sudden, and Chu Tian did not have time to react. When Imperial City was attacked, Chu Tian was unconscious, so he had no choice but to run away. The situation was different now. Central State was the origin of miracle commerce, and Chu Tian had enough time to prepare. This time the war hounds would not be facing southern Xia, but rather the miracle commerce led by Chu Tian. The giant shark gang fleet arrived at the Central State port. Everyone disembarked. In just a few months, Central State had undergone earth-shattering changes. There were several industrial parks on the outskirts of the city, and over 1,000 large ships were docked at the port at the same time. There were also countless large airships flying in the sky. This bustling scene was not inferior to Imperial City at all. The tense situation in the north did not seem to have spread to this place. Central State City was still rich and busy. The Meng Qinggu sisters Nangongyin and Qin Bingyu all sighed. They never thought that they would come back this quickly, but there was no time to reminisce. The war hounds would first attack Central State. Once Central State fell, not only would there be no hope for southern Xia, miracle commerce would also be uprooted. Chu Tian would not allow this to happen. He came to the Central State Yin sect and gathered everyone. If my guesses aren't wrong, in 10 days or half a month, the war hounds will attack Central State through the waterways. The high-level people of Imperial City and Central State were all gathered together, listening to Chu Tian's words with serious expressions. There were several thousand miles of mountains in the north of Central State, and it would not be easy for the war hounds to cross them. The best way was to steal southern Xia's warships and attack Central State City through the waterways. The war hounds have lived in the war hound plains for generations, and fighting on water is not their specialty. We have the advantage. But this advantage is not enough because the war hounds will receive the support of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's Air Force and use the Air Force to cover the water force. If it's like this, we will be at a complete disadvantage with our lacking Air Force. Chu Tian ordered, I declare that from now on the entire state will be under military control and all resources will be used for battle. Not only do we need to win this battle, we need to win a beautiful victory. Everyone was filled with worry. Did they really have a chance of winning? The Imperial region had over 100 soldiers, gathering half of southern Xia's military strength. In terms of battle strength, it was around 80% of southern Xia's strength, and there was also the front line that southern Xia had spent several generations to build. Even with this kind of strong defense, it would still fall in a week. The difference in strength between the warhounds and southern Xia was too large. Even if the southern states could rely on the mountains and rivers to defend, in front of a strong power, what use would a defensive line have? Relax, once the warhounds come to Central State, I will make it so that they won't be able to return. Chu Tian had half a month to prepare. Although it seemed very rushed, it was actually more than enough. We will use all the power of the Yun Sect's laboratory and the industrial foundation that Miracle Commerce has built in Central State in the last half year to create several new weapons for Central State. The scholars whispered to each other and revealed expressions of interest. Yun Tianhe asked in a curious voice, "What weapon does the chairman want to invent?" Chu Tian first showed a blueprint. When the Yun Sect scholars saw this blueprint, they all felt it was very familiar because this blueprint was very similar to the source energy bombs they had made before. Only Chu Tian had made a large number of modifications, making the source energy bombs look very complete. That's right, this is the source energy bomb. I have modified and improved the Yun Sect's bombs, making it more controllable and safer. Other than that, I have developed several crude oil refining techniques that will allow us to make even more powerful and destructive heavy explosives. Everyone's mood was slightly excited. The battle in Imperial City was too rushed and Miracle Commerce had just entered Imperial Region, so the infrastructure and equipment were not complete. Although Meng Qingguo wanted to use the source energy bombs, she didn't have the ability to make more. Even so, it had a large effect and left a deep impression on everyone. Now the situation was different. Central State was the birthplace of Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce had been developing in Central State for an entire half a year, and now it had a preliminary industrial scale. Whether it was resources or production, it could not be compared to Imperial City. Chu Tian showed several blueprints that he had thought of on the way back to the warship. This is a single soldier source energy bomb. It's made from highly concentrated crude oil, and its specialty is that it can be carried and used by a single soldier. It doesn't have a wide range, but it has a large destructive power. I named it Source Energy Grenade. The Source Energy Grenade was very simple to make, and it did not have a large range. It was mainly used by soldiers on the battlefield and was used to kill enemies from a distance. As long as a source energy grenade landed on an enemy, even a true soul realm expert would be heavily injured or even killed. Other than that, using a simple catapult to launch the bomb cannot guarantee its safety. Moreover, the efficiency and accuracy are too low. Chu Tian showed another design idea. We need to make a more accurate source energy bomb launcher. Not only does it have an automatic firing process, it can also be more precise. Different launchers can fire different bombs, so we can achieve a stronger killing effect. Chu Tian listed several more plans. The source energy bomb could be combined with crossbow bolts, the bomb could be made into arrows, and there were also floating mines. Everyone gasped in amazement. Genius! What was called a genius? Chu Tian's plans were all given to the Yun Sect's design department. As for how much they could complete, it all depended on luck. Chu Tian was only responsible for improving the bomb. As for whether it could be used in weapons, that would depend on Miracle Commerce's current research ability. As for the source energy bomb, I finished introducing it. Chu Tian then changed the topic. The source energy bomb is very strong, but with our current technology and resources, the source energy bomb we can make can only threaten awakened soul realm cultivators. It's a limited threat to true spirit realm cultivators. Other than that, we have flaws in range and other aspects, so we need to design a stronger and more powerful weapon to deal with true spirit realm cultivators. Actually, the effect of the source energy bomb was already very shocking. Central State's current resources and production was enough to produce large amounts of bombs before the Warhound's army moved south. This could change the situation of the battle. Could it be that Chu Tian had an even stronger weapon? Chu Tian took out a giant blueprint, and everyone was stunned. This blueprint looked like a source energy pistol, but it was much larger. Just the barrel was over 4 meters long, and the structure was incomparably complex. There were at least 4 magazines designed to supply energy. It looked just like an enlarged source energy pistol. The source energy array used in it, whether it was the complexity or the level, it was not something current source energy firearms could compare to. Everyone look carefully. This is the new weapon Miracle Commerce will be developing. Chu Tian pointed at the blueprint and introduced it. As you can see, this weapon is several dozen times larger than the source energy firearms. I'll call it the source energy cannon. The might of a source energy cannon is around 200 times that of the source energy pistol. 200 times the power? What kind of concept was that? Even with the protective spirit energy of a true spirit realm expert, it would be hard for them to take a few shots without being injured. This time, it wasn't just the Yin sect scholars. Even the laymen who didn't understand were shocked. Once this weapon appeared, it would be a super terrifying killing weapon. A single shot would be able to pierce through the enemy's battleship, and even a true spirit expert would find it hard to block this kind of attack. Chapter 338. The source energy cannons have 100 times the power of the source energy guns, but the energy consumption is also 100 times higher. Not only does it require a high-energy magazine, it also requires the materials needed to make the source energy cannons. With our current battery technology, weapon refining technology, and the materials we have on hand, I'm afraid it will be hard to meet the requirements. Chu Tian did not care about Yun Tianhe's question at all. There's no need to worry. I've already thought of a method to refine high-strength crystal oil while I was in Imperial City. The Central State Battery Base and the military base barely meet the requirements. As for the materials, when we left Imperial City, we brought out several hundred-year-old metals that can withstand the energy of the source energy cannons. Chu Tian also proposed a heavy firearm. This kind of firearm was also made from a very expensive, rare metal. Its specialty was that it could withstand high speeds for a long time, so it was suitable to be used to create a high-capacity, high firing rate, and long-lasting firearm. Whether it was the source energy cannons or the heavy source energy guns, they were all weapons of mass destruction. This had a very high requirement for technology and materials, so Chu Tian had to personally participate in the research to ensure that it could be produced before the war hounds attacked. The Yun sect already had a very strong research ability. Now that the Imperial City Yun sect and the Central State Yun sect had merged, their strength naturally increased by several times. Several hundred top scholars worked day and night. Several dozen experimental fields were operating at the same time, and several thousand people from the Yun sect were participating. After many experiments and calculations, it only took a few days for the results to appear. Several dozen airships went back and forth between Central State and South Sky City, transporting large amounts of refined crystal oil from the oil fields. Miracle Commerce's 5 crystal oil warehouses in the main city were filled to the brim. When they had enough materials, the several factories began to operate at the same time. Over 10,000 workers and over 1,000 array masters began to work. Meng Qingguo personally went to the factories to inspect the situation. There was a fist-sized object that had already been produced several hundred times. It was perfectly round like a fruit and was covered in runes and lines. It was filled with highly compressed crystal oil, and there was a red button at the top. As long as this button was pressed, the source energy battery would activate the array, causing the crystal oil inside to explode. This was the elemental energy grenade. The structure was not complicated, and it was easy to produce. Because it was small, each soldier could carry 1 or 2, and it would have a terrifying effect on the battlefield. Even if one was thrown onto an expert in the 8th or 9th awakened soul layer, it would still cripple them. In the source energy weapon warehouse, there were a total of 50,000 source energy firearms, of which there were over 5,000 source energy submachine guns. This was far more than the weapons stored in Imperial City. This batch of weapons was enough to make up for the lack of quality and strength of the Central State Army. Not bad. When Meng Qingguo saw the neatly arranged weapons, her heart filled with confidence. At this time, the giant shark gang gave Meng Qinggu a piece of good news. After the Warhounds Kingdom's Fang King captured Imperial City, he wanted to immediately attack the calm martial ruler's army. But the calm martial ruler attacked the 3 northern ports, taking away all the warships. Even if he didn't take away the ships, the docks were all burned down. Now the calm martial ruler is leading the remaining 300,000 Southern Summer Cavalry to meet us from the north. The Central State Army was small and weak, so the calm martial ruler had come at the right time. The calm martial ruler had the highest status of the Southern Summer 3 rulers. He was a person that could support half of the Southern Summer country, not to mention that he had brought a large group of elites to Central State. The calm martial ruler had not only taken all the ships, he had also burned down the ports. This was without a doubt to delay the Warhounds' attack, giving Chu Tian a chance in Central State. Immediately prepare to welcome them. Meng Qinggu brought a group of people from Miracle Commerce to the Central State port. First they cleared out most of the port and docks. Then they built a temporary army camp. 2 days later, several hundred large warships appeared in front of them. The calm martial ruler had brought 280,000 elite cavalry to Central State this time, with most of them being the Storm Cavalry. This was one of the strongest main forces of Southern Xia. Southern Xia's 400,000 cavalry was the most important battle force, with half of them in Imperial City and the other half in Song State. If this army was not on duty when the battle began, it was unknown if the Fang King's army could capture Imperial City. Now that this army had come to Central State, they would be a great help in defending Central State. The fall of the Imperial region was a large blow to the calm martial ruler. But the calm martial ruler did not seem angry or flustered. Rather, he seemed very calm. As the commander-in-chief of the Southern Xia army, he was very good at hiding his emotions. Southern Xia's disaster, the calm martial ruler clearly blamed himself. He did not see through the Warhounds' true intentions in invading Song State. When the Warhounds' army entered Song State, it looked like they were heading for Song State's main city, and they deliberately revealed their intentions to attack the farms. But this was all a cover. The true goal was to drag the Northern Cavalry into a quagmire, making them temporarily useless and allowing the Fang King to personally lead the army into Southern Xia. This was not the calm martial ruler's fault. Southern Xia's intelligence was clearly lagging behind. They did not know that the Warhounds' plains had been unified, and they did not know that there was a spirit beast kingdom supporting the Warhounds' kingdom. The new Fang King was an experienced general and had a deep understanding of the Southern Xia army. In this situation where the intelligence was not equal, the calm martial ruler could not do anything. After all, he was not a prophet. The previous king has given his orders. Gu Qianqiu respectfully said, "We ask the calm martial ruler, Dongfanggan, to inherit the Southern Summer King's throne." The surrounding soldiers all knelt down. Whether it was prestige, fame, or background, the calm martial ruler was worthy of this position. Now that Southern Xia was on the verge of collapse, they needed a leader to give orders. Who would have thought that the calm martial ruler would coldly say, "How can a general be the Southern Summer King? This ruler will not accept the throne. Dongfanghan inheriting it is the proper way." If it was anyone else saying this, people would think it was fake, but the calm martial ruler's character was known by the entire country. He was like another Dongfangzhan. Although he had a high status, he had no interest in material comforts. When the previous Southern Summer King was choosing between the two princes, he preferred the decisive Dongfanggan. Who would have thought that when Dongfanggan learned that his royal father wanted to pass the throne to him, he would lead his troops to fight the Warhounds without a single word? Dongfanggan's actions were telling the previous king that his ambitions were on the battlefield and not in the palace. The previous king could only helplessly pass the throne to Dongfanghao. Dongfanghao had great ambitions and was not a virtuous king, but he was very tactful and shrewd. He was skilled in the heart of a king, so the governance of Southern Xia over the years was not bad. now that Dongfang Hao was dead. Was Dongfang Gan not willing to become the southern summer king? The great scholar said with a calm expression, "The prince is talented, but he is too young and lacks experience on the battlefield. Without any experience in governing, how can he take the throne? Southern Xia is in a special period now. I ask the calm martial ruler to not decline. We ask the king to immediately ascend the throne. We ask the king to immediately ascend the throne." Everyone began to loudly shout out. Dongfang Gan tightly knit his brows as he said, "If I become the king, who will fight? The southern summer king does not need a king, but rather a general that can sweep through the war hounds." The calm martial ruler's words are wrong. Meng Qinggu opened her mouth to say, "A national war is related to the fate of the country. With the king personally leading the army, it will raise the morale of the army. As long as we can pass this calamity, we won't need to worry about counterattacking in the future. Prince Dongfang Haoren is not even 30 years old and can already break through to the peak ninth awakened soul layer. It is better to let him grow with the country guarding ruler, becoming a country protecting pillar that is not inferior to the calm martial ruler in the future. On the other hand, if the prince ascends the throne early, not only will his strength not convince the people, it will also delay the prince's growth." How could the calm martial ruler bear this? The calm martial ruler ascends the throne to two benefits. But the calm martial ruler not ascending the throne is a mistake, so please reconsider. Gu Qianqiu praised Meng Qinggu. She really was worthy of being the beautiful and intelligent vice chairman of Miracle Commerce. These kind of reasonable words were much more useful than these people. The calm martial ruler gave a sigh and finally agreed. Dongfang Gan was escorted by the army and finally carried out a simple coronation ceremony in Central State. From now on, Central State City would be the imperial city. After Dongfang Gan ascended the throne, he immediately issued several royal proclamations. First, Dongfang Haoren was given the title of calm martial ruler, inheriting the title left behind by the southern summer king Dongfang Gan. Of course, it was only a name. Dongfang Haoren did not have much battle experience, and his strength was not strong enough, so he could not control the army for southern summer. The military power was still in Dongfang Gan's hands. Second, the country guarding ruler Chu Tian was given the title of Marquis Xuanji, being a first-class marquis. He had the right to mobilize the armies of the 6 states and manage the 6 marquises. The marquises of each county had to be led by the country guarding ruler. Third, Meng Qinggu killed the Hellsong tribe's vice chief Malim and was given the title of Southern Summer Marquis. She was given the title of Cloud Dream Marquis, becoming the Marquis of Southern State. Out of these 3 royal proclamations, 2 of them were royal proclamations for Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian added a Southern Summer Marquis title on top of his sovereign title, and it was a first-class marquis with real power. This was something that had never happened in Southern Summer's history. Other than Chu Tian, Meng Qinggu had also obtained a Southern Summer Marquis title, being given the Southern State Army that the Western Marquis had guarded. This was the first female Marquis title in Southern Summer in several hundred years. Regarding this, no one had any objections. The 3 great clans could not recover from the imperial city, and the other large clans had either escaped, died, or returned to the warhounds. So how could they care about this? Among the marquises of Southern Summer, other than the new Cloud Dream Marquis Meng Qinggu, the Greenwood Marquis, the Golden Arrow Marquis, and Shinfeng Ho were all people on Chu Tian's side. The great scholar Gu Qianqiu was also on Chu Tian's side. The new imperial city and central state were Chu Tian's territory. Therefore, from the Marquis to the common people, no one objected to this, and they were all very excited. Chu Tian being placed in an important position by Southern Xia was a very good thing for Southern Xia. After Dongfang Gan announced the royal proclamations, he wanted to go to the Yun sect to find Chu Tian. In the end, before he could even move, news came from the Yun sect. Chu Tian had overworked himself these past few days, causing his old injuries to flare up. He could only rest in bed and could not continue working. This time, Miracle Commerce and Southern Xia were all in a panic. They had finally waited for the calm martial ruler to inherit the throne. In the end, something had happened to Chu Tian, so what should they do? In the hearts of the Central State people, Chu Tian's position was not inferior to the calm martial rulers. As long as Chu Tian was here, nothing was impossible, but once Chu Tian fell, wouldn't everyone lose confidence? What should they do? Find a medicine. They had to find a medicine. Meng Qingguo decided to use all of Miracle Commerce's channels and buy an immortal herb at any cost. In just a short night, the news of Miracle Commerce buying an immortal herb to save Chu Tian spread throughout the kingdom. However, once the news was released, it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 339. When time turned back 10 days before Imperial City had fallen, the elf Aubersen left Imperial City and rode his dragon hawk beast south. He passed through Central State, Qing State, and Southern State before arriving in an endless primitive forest. An entire tens of thousands of miles was covered in forest, as if it had not been developed since ancient times. There were large amounts of unimaginably terrifying vicious beasts living here, with level 3 demon beasts being common. Whether it was the southern summer country or the war hounds country, this was a wild area that could not be developed. Aubersen recklessly charged into the territory of these vicious beasts, but he ignored the warning and hostile roars coming from all around him. None of the vicious beasts dared to attack him. These vicious beasts did not have high intelligence, but they could tell who was strong and who was weak. Even if he didn't count the unfathomable Aubersen, the dragon hawk he was riding was a powerful 3rd-level demon beast. Its wings were 10 meters long, and its body was covered in red dragon scales. It had the claws and head of an eagle, and the sharp aura it released was enough to deter most vicious beasts. When Aubersen passed through the endless mountains, traces of civilization began to appear. He arrived in the sky above an emerald forest. Although this was also a forest, there was a clear difference compared to other areas. The forest's colors were bright and beautiful, and it was full of vitality. Every tree gave people the feeling that they weren't just plants, but living creatures. The entire forest covered an area of over 100 miles. Towering trees that were over 100 meters tall could be found everywhere. Each tree was comparable to a skyscraper in the human world. The holes in the trees had been transformed into wooden windows, and exquisite tree houses were hung outside. It's Elder Aubersen. Elder Aubersen is back. The dragon hawk flying through the forest attracted the attention of a few elves, but when the elves saw the person on the dragon hawk, they immediately let down their guard. They put down the bows in their hands and began to cheer. These elves were hidden in the forest, almost merging with the forest. If they did not show themselves, it was almost impossible to detect them. Aubersen jumped down and fell down from 200 meters in the air, but he was like a light leaf as he passed through the branches of the trees. He grabbed a vine and gently swung down, falling onto a carpet of grass. Elder Aubersen, you're finally back. Is everything all right in the tribe recently? Have the ogres in the north stopped? How are the lizard men in the south? Has the hot-tempered mountain giant woken up? Don't worry, everything is normal. Silhouettes jumped out from the surrounding trees one after another. They were as gentle and beautiful as butterflies, and in a short while they covered his entire body. The elves were different from humans. There was a huge difference in the appearance and size of humans. The fat ones could be as fat as a ball, the skinny ones could be as thin as a bamboo pole, the beautiful ones could be devastatingly beautiful, and the ugly ones could be comparable to the devil. There were no elves who were too fat, too skinny, or too ugly. Almost every female elf would be a top-notch beauty among humans. It was precisely because of this that the elves became one of the races that produced the most beautiful and handsome men on the continent. Aubersen was a very popular person in the tribe because of Aubersen's special status. The elves were a very closed-off race, and most elves were not allowed to participate in worldly affairs. so the elves were very closed off to the outside world. Aubersen's duty was to wander around and collect information about the surrounding countries. Every time he went out, he would be gone for a year or two, and every time he came back, he would bring back interesting news and customs from different countries. Because of this, the young men and women of the elves liked to pester him. Aubersen gave a very friendly greeting. "Hello, everyone." "Hey, Uncle Aubersen." At this time, a clear and melodious voice rang out. To Aubersen, this voice was simply synonymous with the devil. He felt a headache coming on, but he had no choice but to look up with a smile. Isn't this little Princess Vivian? I haven't seen Vivian for a year, and you've become even more beautiful." Aubersen had just looked up when he saw a pair of slender and beautiful legs. They were very white and slender, like they were carved from jade. It could be considered a perfect work of art, swinging back and forth on the swing. When did this girl come? Even with Aubersen's abilities, he didn't notice her at all. But Aubersen was already used to this. This was a very beautiful elf girl. She had the appearance of a 12 to 13-year-old human. She was wearing a dress made of tree leaves, and her dark green hair was adorned with an exquisite crown of flowers. Her small and exquisite face was extremely beautiful, and she looked like a fairy from the forest. Even in the elven race, this elven girl was a 1 in 10,000 great beauty. "Humph, I won't listen to you." Little Princess Vivian disappeared from the swing and instantly appeared on the ground. She was holding a bright red fruit in her hand, and with a cautious sound, she took a bite and juice splashed everywhere. Her sparkling eyes stared at Aubersen, and she vaguely said, "Where is my present? You wouldn't have forgotten, right?" Aubersen quickly wiped his sweat. "Of course, I wouldn't forget little Princess Vivian's arrangements. I believe you will like it this time." "Don't lie to me. You also said the same thing last time, and the thing you brought back was some large warring kingdom's national treasure, a treasure left behind by an ancient divine race. In the end, I didn't like it at all. This time I passed by a small human country and found a very interesting thing. Although the value isn't high, you will definitely be satisfied." The little princess, Jade, eyes lit up. She didn't want anything valuable. It was enough as long as it was interesting and fun. Aubersen took out the video disc player. "What kind of thing is this? Isn't it just a mirror?" "It's called a video disc player, a thing that can store sound and images. It is very interesting. I'll teach you how to use it. There are also many other things, magnetic sound machines, canned food, light bulbs, and etc. There will always be something you will like." Little Princess Vivian was a bit interested. "Then I'll take it back and try it out." The little princess lifted the video disc player with one hand and put the other things into her storage ring. When Aubersen let out a sigh of relief, the little princess suddenly turned around and glared at him. "If it isn't as magical as you say, or if it isn't fun at all, I'll go to your garden and pull out all the flowers and plants." Aubersen's body trembled. How could he do that? Those were his lifeblood. The little princess did not give Aubersen a chance to speak. Her figure swayed, and she disappeared on the spot. Aubersen opened his mouth, but he didn't have time to say anything. He could only pray that the magical things the small southern summer country found would be enough to satisfy this little princess. The little princess' innate talent was very special. Even Aubersen could not catch up to her. In just a few breaths of time, the little princess had already returned to her treehouse. "Everyone, quickly come and see." The little princess brought back something fun again. When the little princess returned to her treehouse, she immediately attracted a large group of elves. These elves were all younger than the little princess, and there were several that looked like 4 or 5-year-old human children. They were currently biting their fingers as they innocently looked at her. "Big sister princess, what is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" The little princess had a very proud appearance. She stood in the middle of the countless little elves like a high king of children. This thing was brought back from the human world. This princess has never seen it before. So of course you haven't seen it before. Then how do we play with it? Here, don't be anxious. Let me slowly study it. What is this? It smells so good. A 6-year-old elf took out a can. Is this edible? Greedy ghost, you only know how to eat. The little princess said, Aubersen said that this is a can of human food and it tastes pretty good. Since we brought back quite a bit, we can all share it. The little princess had a very straightforward personality, which was why the children liked to play with her. In just a while, the several hundred cans Aubersen brought back were divided among the children. Pa! The little princess opened a can and immediately smelled an even stronger fragrance. This made the little princess feel very surprised. Could it be that humans could also cook demon beast meat? She had always thought that only the elves on the continent could cook demon beast meat. Delicious, too delicious. These elven children all ate with relish. Although the elves could cook demon beast meat, the elves usually ate vegetarian food and weren't very good at cooking meat. When they ate the food made by miracle commerce using source energy and human recipes, each of the elves was filled with praise. Was it really that delicious? The little princess opened a can of violent bear meat. The meat was delicious. It was chewy and the bones were chewy. This was truly a special delicacy. The little princess even drank all the soup and she suddenly felt a bit regretful. This kind of delicious thing. She shouldn't have told the others about it. But because of her face, she couldn't take it back. Little princess, how do you use this video disc player? Let me try. Vivian used the method Aubersen taught her to turn on the video disc player, and several dozen pairs of clear eyes stared at it. They saw the reflective surface of the mirror suddenly light up, and images began to appear. These timid elves were all startled, and they all ran away in a puff of smoke. What is happening? Why can other worlds be seen in this mirror? My God, could this be the legendary planar mirror? That is an ancient era's divine weapon. The little princess was also very surprised at first. She had never encountered this kind of situation before. However, the little princess could feel that the energy fluctuations from this item were very weak, so it couldn't be a divine weapon. So she raised her hand and said, Don't panic, this thing isn't dangerous. Everyone was skeptical, but they couldn't resist their curiosity. Several dozen little heads slowly gathered over, and when they saw the image being played, they all had a shocked expression on their faces. It was like they didn't dare believe what they were seeing at all. Exclamations and screams filled the air. Wah, there's a picture. It's moving inside. It's like it's connected to another world. What kind of technique is this? Some elves couldn't help touching it with their hands, but it was like touching a smooth and cold mirror. It was like a transparent glass was separating them from the other world. You're blocking me. Little Princess Vivian could not understand all of this. She loudly shouted, Don't be noisy, don't be noisy. There's sound inside, and I can't hear it anymore. If you don't listen to me, I won't show it to you. The elven children immediately became obedient. Everyone's eyes opened wide as they stared at the monster in front of them in a daze. Chapter 340. Although these elves looked like children, in fact, according to human age, their average age could reach 40 to 50 years old. Although the mental development of the elves was relatively slow, and their cultivation speed and efficiency were not comparable to that of humans, after such a long time, no matter how slow their growth was, they were still much stronger than they looked. The weakest of these elves was in the awakened soul realm, with 7-8 being in the late awakened soul realm. There was also a true spirit realm expert, other than little Princess Vivian. Just a group of children already had this kind of terrifying strength. It could be imagined just how strong the elves were. However, no matter how strong they were still children. Therefore, they were very curious about this strange thing they had never seen before. The narration slowly sounded out. Although the human language and elven language were two completely different languages, the human language was not hard to learn. Humans were one of the most important races on the continent. so the human language was something every elf had to learn since they were young. Therefore, it was not a problem for them to understand it. This illusory image stone was not a real movie, so the scenes were exaggerated. So, when the people fought, the scenes were like heaven-shattering, and the elves' eyes were glued to it. Too great. Satisfying, it was very satisfying. This was simply a feast for the eyes and imagination. The entire tree house was silent. Each little elf found that other than the intense fighting scenes, the most attractive part was the story itself. The elves were a race of intelligent beings that were 10 times more sensitive than humans. Therefore, when they watched this movie, they were 10 times more immersed than humans. The main character met the princess. The faintly discernible love that people couldn't grasp made the hearts of these inexperienced elves itch. That handsome and brave male lead Chu Tian and the beautiful and kind princess Meng Yingying. Both of them had pure hearts and noble characters, making the elves instantly fall in love with them. "I'm so angry," an 11 or 12-year-old elven girl angrily said. "Why is this Chu Tian so cowardly? Since he likes her, he should pursue her." "That's right. Can't he see that Princess Meng Yingying also likes him?" "That blockhead." "Idiot. What do you know?" The little princess waved her hand and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Human nations value status very much. This warrior named Chu Tian is just a wandering swordsman, while that Meng Yingying is a noble princess. Do you think that in the human kingdom ordinary people can casually walk together with princesses?" All the elves looked pensive. What? Humans were just so annoying. Why did they value these superficial things so much? It was difficult for the elves to understand the secular concepts of humans. These ordinary elves playing with the little princess didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. In the elven race, even if the elven king ate with the lowest elves, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. The little princess is right. Another elf began to show off her knowledge. Think about it. If an ogre wanted to win over our little princess, do you think the great elder would agree? Bah! Vivian was so angry that her face turned red. How can such a handsome, upright, and brave person like Chu Tian be compared to an ogre? How shameful! Aren't they the same in the eyes of humans? Unreasonable humans. When these elves were quarreling, the development of the plot increased suspense. The kingdom's generals secretly leaked this matter and distorted the truth. The king was immediately enraged and prepared to put the princess under house arrest. He also wanted to capture the human warriors and execute them. Damn it! The human king was too evil. How was Chu Tian not worthy of the princess? Why did he stop them? The elves were filled with righteous indignation. They were filled with cold sweat for the fate of the two of them. Who would have thought that at this time the princess would receive the news and escape in the middle of the night? A series of thrilling and exciting escape scenes made people break out in a cold sweat. This was too exciting. There was no doubt that the male and female leads were intelligent. In the end, when the two of them were about to meet in the village, an unexpected event occurred. The Scarlet Blood religion appeared and captured the kind princess. The remnants of the Scarlet Blood religion were wildly slaughtering innocent humans, using evil techniques to collect blood essence. When they saw this incomparably tragic murder, each elf's face turned red with anger and their bodies trembled with anger. It was as if those people who died were real, living people. How could there be such evil people in this world? What should they do? What would happen to the fate of the male and female leads? The entire plot had only gone through a small part of it, but the pace continued to increase and the story became more and more exciting. There were all kinds of suspense and foreshadowing that finally exploded in the decisive battle. Ah, no, don't die. When they saw the main character, Chu Tian, finally sink into the bottomless swamp to save the princess, each elf shed tears of grief. Could it be that after putting in so much effort, it would still end in a tragedy? Just when the elves were feeling very sad about this, a miraculous turn of events happened. The final ending of the story was that everyone thought that the warrior and the princess were dead, while the warrior and the princess hid their identities and lived in seclusion in a place where no one would disturb them, living a quiet and peaceful life. Good, good, good. The elves clapped their hands until they were rotten. The final conclusion was just too much to their liking. The little princess was also smiling through her tears. This was more like it. Good people should have good karma. This gift was just too great. She loved this story to death. Does the human race really have a person called Chu Tian? If he really exists, I have to see him. That's right, he is my idol. The elves began to chatter. If the human race really had a person called Chu Tian, they had to see him no matter what. Princess Vivian, tomorrow is my 100th birthday. An elf that didn't seem much older than the little princess looked at the video disc player. I really like this. Can you give it to me? Another elf called out, Doesn't the princess want my mount? How about I exchange it for this video disc player? Princess, not exchanging, not exchanging, not exchanging. The little princess angrily opened her eyes and reached out her arms to block the video disc player. It was like her sacred sovereignty had been invaded. This video disc player is this princess' most precious gift. Without my permission, if anyone dares to touch it, I will beat them until their head is full of bruises. Stingy. I'm stingy. I'm stingy. Let's ignore her and ask Elder Auberson for it. The elves looked at the video disc player with faces filled with longing and envy. If someone was willing to take out another one, they were willing to take out all their treasures to exchange. But since Elder Auberson could bring back one, why couldn't he bring back a second or a third? The little princess also thought that since there was a story, why wasn't there a second or third story? Auberson's treehouse was quickly invaded by these children. When he saw the little elves charging at him, Auberson trembled in fear. How could they do this? Auberson quickly explained that there was only one of these things. There was nothing else. There really wasn't anything else. Auberson's persuasion was useless, and he finally promised, This human country is not far from us. When I have time in the future, I will definitely bring back gifts for you all. The elves were not satisfied with this, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Elder Auberson couldn't make something out of nothing. Little Princess Vivian was the only one in the entire elven tribe that had a video disc player. This news quickly spread, and the little elves returned home to tell their elders. Immediately, there were some adult elves that came to ask little Princess Vivian to borrow the video disc player. Vivian was very angry. This thing was her most precious treasure. How could she casually lend it out? The more people couldn't see it, the more curious they became. The Oldman tribe is willing to trade a month's worth of Moonlight well water for little Princess Vivian's video disc player. The Greenleaf tribe is willing to trade a branch of the Tree of Life for little Princess Vivian's video disc player. Little Princess Vivian used to be the symbol of mischief and trouble. Almost no one liked to provoke her. In the past few days, little Princess Vivian had become completely popular. The treasure in her hands was not only coveted by her own people, but even some of the surrounding tribes had come to negotiate with her. I won't trade. I said I won't trade. Even if you take out a dragon egg, this princess won't trade. Princess Vivian angrily made a move and actually chased away a group of people that came to negotiate. Finally, she locked herself in the treehouse and refused to see anyone. The elven tribe was instantly thrown into chaos. This was because the people that were chased away by Princess Vivian had gone back to complain. These tribes immediately sent out messages saying that the elves were provoking their allies and breaking the contract. If they didn't give a reasonable explanation, they would complain to the Elven Council. How would they compensate them? Of course, they would take out the video disc player. Good things should be shared with the forest. This matter alarmed the Great Elder, and in the end, Vivian had no choice but to hand over her beloved video disc player under pressure. Because of this matter, she cried all night as if her most beloved toy had been snatched away by someone else. Night gradually fell. Little Princess Vivian had a bitter look on her face as she stayed in the treehouse. In just a few short days, she felt the deep malice of this world. Now that the video disc player had been borrowed, she didn't know when those people would return it. Elder Obersen was not willing to reveal the origin of the video disc player because the elves were a peace-loving race. Elder Obersen was afraid that once the origin was revealed, that place would no longer be peaceful. But Obersen had miscalculated. Did he think that no one would know if he didn't say it? Little Princess Vivian had a magnetic sound machine in her hands, as well as several dozen discs bought from humans in southern Xia. These discs were bought by Elder Obersen at a high price in southern Xia, and he didn't even know what was recorded on them. Vivian had learned her lesson. She hid these things and secretly enjoyed them every night. There were stories, music, teaching, and all kinds of lectures. In short, the content was very rich. What made little Princess Vivian the most pleasantly surprised was that she learned that these things came from a small human kingdom in the north. What made little Princess Vivian even more excited was that the Chu Tian in the movies really existed. These cameras, the magnetic sound machine, the video disc player, and everything else, they were all invented by him. Little Princess Vivian's feelings towards Chu Tian instantly rose from admiration and love to worship. Chapter 341. At dusk, the Emerald Forest was shrouded in a peaceful twilight. The elves had a long lifespan, and the pace of their lives was slow and leisurely. Almost no one was diligent in cultivation. Everyone liked to play with flowers and plants, study carving, music, or other arts. At this time, an elderly elf holding 2 books passed by the princess treehouse and asked 2 elf patrolling guards, "Why didn't I see little Princess Vivian? She's usually very active. I saw her a few minutes ago, but she went back to the treehouse. This girl's toy was borrowed by someone, and she's probably angry now. But according to her usual habits, she'll be fine in 2 days. Don't touch her now, or you'll be in trouble." "We know." The elderly elf looked up at the treehouse, shook his head, and left. Actually, the entire tribe did not know that Vivian had already quietly slipped away. She took advantage of when no one was paying attention and used her innate spatial energy to secretly leave the tribe. In a short period of time, she passed through the forest and trekked through several dangerous areas to the north, finally arriving at the border of the southern summer country's southern state region. Is this the human country in front? At this time it was already dark. Vivian stood on her tiptoes at the top of the mountain and looked far ahead. She could vaguely see the lights of the southern border post built by southern Xia. This made the little princess feel nervous. From the elders in the tribe, she learned some information about humans. Humans were a very complicated life. Whether it was appearance or character, the distribution was extremely uneven. There were beautiful women like Princess Meng Ying in the movie, and ugly monsters like the Scarlet Moon sect leader. There were righteous and selfless warriors like Chu Tian in the movie, and there were treacherous and vicious bad guys. In short, good, evil, ugly, and beauty had never been so vividly reflected in a race. This was something that could not be seen in other races. Therefore, humans were the most complicated race, and it was precisely because of this that their movie was so popular. Although there were many good people among the human race, the elves generally believed that humans were greedy and treacherous. Therefore, the elves didn't have a very good impression of humans. This was also the reason why the elves were determined to break off relations with the human race and never come into contact with them. Little Princess Vivian had heard and seen for a long time, so she was naturally a little nervous and afraid of humans. It was said that some vicious and audacious human bandits would even attack elven tribes and abduct beautiful elven maidens just to satisfy the human noble's sexual desires. Just the thought of it was terrifying. If it weren't for Chu Tian's presence, Vivian wouldn't even want to interact with humans. What the little princess did not know was that southern Xia was just a small kingdom. Even if the peak experts, the 3 rulers of southern summer, worked together, they still wouldn't have the qualifications to exchange blows with her. With her extremely rare spatial innate talent, how many people on the continent could catch her? The little princess did not dare to continue forward. She found a rock covered in moss on the cliff and sat down. She took out the magnetic sound machine from her chest and carefully adjusted it. She muttered to herself, "I don't know if I can receive a signal here. No matter, I'll give it a try. Z, 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 Z." The magnetic sound machine continued to release random noises. The little princess slightly knit her brows. Was the distance still too far? When the little princess was a little depressed, the magnetic sound machine suddenly responded. She heard a light and cheerful music that came from the magnetic sound machine. Ayaya, I can really hear it. The little princess excitedly jumped up. She immediately switched channels and found that there were quite a few channels that she could receive. Chu Tian really is the #1 genius of the continent, actually inventing this kind of great thing. This is too great. Vivian was so excited that she wanted to shout out. The little princess began to look for the content she liked on Miracle Broadcasting. The source of Miracle Broadcasting's signal was clearly from Central State. The station was broadcasting a lot of news and information about Central State. Vivian had never been to the human world before, so even the most boring information was a very new experience for her. So the humans made a large theater that could hold several hundred and over 1,000 people. It would be great if our tribe had this kind of theater. Those fellows wouldn't have stolen my video disc player. Wah! Powerful! Powerful! Chu Tian invented something called a communication device. Even if they are separated by tens of thousands of miles, he really is worthy of being the person this princess admires. If the elven tribes had this kind of thing, the Elven Council wouldn't need to be this troublesome in the future. Little Princess Vivian was like a curious explorer. She sat alone on the pitch-black peak, immersed in searching. The information sent from the human world was like a whole new world for the little princess who had never left the forest before. It completely changed little Princess Vivian's view of the world. She had never seen the world as clearly as she did today. The sky gradually brightened. She had to quickly go back. Little Princess Vivian carefully put the magnetic recording machine in her pocket and jumped off the cliff, instantly disappearing into the air. Ever since she experienced this different night, Vivian couldn't stop. Every night, she would spend a lot of effort to secretly go to the borders of southern Xia and listen to the news from southern Xia. The elves were very open in all aspects, but they forbade their clansmen from contacting the outside world, especially with humans. If Vivian was discovered, the consequences would not be a joke. This violated the highest ban of the elves, and it would even be reported to the Elven Council. But Vivian couldn't care about this. She couldn't resist the temptation of that mysterious world. Princess Vivian came here that night. When she was about to choose the content she liked to listen to, there was suddenly a program about the growth of the founder of Miracle Commerce, Chu Tian. There were large amounts of views and comments from the Heavens Alliance members. This Heavens Alliance was an organization formed by the admirers of Chu Tian in southern Xia, so it naturally attracted the interest of the little princess. Chu Tian's experiences are so legendary. The little princess found out that Chu Tian was an abandoned son of the Chu family in Central State City. His parents had been killed and he had been reduced to a slave. He had coincidentally met Meng Yinying, and that was how he managed to create such a large business. Life is always more legendary than stories. The little princess listened with great interest, especially the series of things that Chu Tian did afterwards. It made the little princess prostrate herself in admiration towards him. The little princess could be said to be the most rebellious of the wood elves. So Chu Tian's untamed and unyielding nature was especially to the little princess' liking. Not to mention that he was so talented. Powerful, powerful. He really was worthy of being the person who invented movies and the magnetic sound machine. After paying attention for several days, The little princess understood more and more about Chu Tian and miracle commerce. She knew who the high-level members of miracle commerce were and what they had done. She knew almost everything. She also deeply understood the charm of miracle commerce. This kind of happy and tense time always passed very quickly. The sun was about to rise again. The little princess reluctantly put away the magnetic sound machine and was about to return to the tribe to come back tomorrow. At this time, a small advertisement from Miracle Commerce caught the little princess' attention. Are you troubled by your mediocre job? Are you troubled by a life that lacks passion? Are you confused by the monotonous repetition of your days? Miracle Commerce's guest group, the Chu sect, is recruiting talents. No matter how humble your background is, no matter how high your status is, no matter how strong your cultivation is, no matter how old you are, no matter where you come from, as long as you have a skill, you have the chance to become a member of Miracle Commerce. Let us witness a great miracle together and create a great miracle empire together. At this moment, Vivian's heart began to beat faster. The elves had a very long lifespan, living for at least 500 to 600 years. If their cultivation was a bit higher, living for 1,000 years was not a problem. The elves had a long lifespan, so they could accumulate a large amount of knowledge. But Vivian could not understand, why would one of the most intelligent races on the continent like to live in seclusion? If the elves were like Chu Tian and used their knowledge and wisdom to benefit the world, wouldn't that be a better choice? If they could go to the continent and achieve something that people would envy, then their existence in this world would not be in vain. Vivian gave a soft sigh. But it was a pity that the elves were very strict and the elders would not allow the elves to participate in worldly battles. Vivian did not expect to convince those old fogies. If this idea was discovered by the elders, she would be put under house arrest for 8 to 10 years. Vivian turned off the magnetic sound machine and returned to the tribe with a worried expression. For the first time, she began to doubt the iron law that the elves had followed for generations. The next day, when Vivian was prepared to continue listening to the program, the content of the radio station had completely changed. It was almost all about the situation in the north, saying that the northern part of southern Xia had been invaded by spirit beasts and even the kingdom's capital had been defeated. Brutal spirit beasts. This was truly hateful. There were many spirit beasts living in the chaotic forest, and none of these spirit beasts were good things. They were basically bandits. She never thought that even southern Xia would be bullied by spirit beasts. The little princess was worried that Chu Tian would be in danger in southern Xia. In the next few days, the little princess had been paying attention to the situation through the radio. On this night, the Miracle Broadcasting Station released a large amount of urgent purchasing information. Miracle Commerce's chairman Chu Tian has been heavily injured fighting spirit beasts on the front lines. He needs a level 2 immortal herb that can restore his innate vitality. What? Chu Tian was heavily injured? Vivian was instantly filled with worry. What should she do? She returned to the treehouse to think about it for the entire night. Chu Tian's current situation was very difficult, and he needed help. This favor, she, Princess Vivian, could help him. If she brought the medicine to him, he would be very grateful, and Princess Vivian could use this chance to get to know Chu Tian. Only if she did this, the risk was very, very large. She couldn't care about that right now. Little Princess Vivian was not a dutiful elf. After she made up her mind, she immediately began to move. Chapter 342. Level 2 immortal herbs were very precious, but there were a few that met the standard in the tribe. However, they were all held in the hands of the elven elders like treasures. Vivian did not have the ability or reason to trick them, so she could only steal them. This kind of medicine was provided by the tribe every day and consumed large amounts of resources each year. Actually, the elven elders did not need it at all, since which elven elder didn't have a cultivation in the true spirit realm or above. Instead of wasting a heavenly treasure, it was better to use it for a higher value. But which elder's medicine was better to steal? The elven elders were not easy to provoke. The third elder Obersen had the best relationship with her, and there was an immortal herb in Obersen's garden. So he deserved to be unlucky this time. In the middle of the night, Vivian left the tree house and secretly entered Elder Obersen's herb garden. The defenses of this herb garden were very tight. The outermost layer was an illusion array, making people unable to see the situation of the herb garden at all. There was a firm barrier inside the illusion array that even a true spirit expert would find hard to break, followed by several layers of alarms and defensive traps. There were mechanical puppets patrolling the inside of the herb garden, and each herb had a restriction placed around it. With this kind of complete defense, the chances of being stolen was close to zero. Even if someone tried to break into the herb garden, it was impossible not to set off the alarms. Once they set off, Obersen would notice. However, this was not a problem for little Princess Vivian. She was someone blessed with the spatial attribute, so those outer defenses were nothing to the little princess. Pucci! Space was cut open like a piece of cloth. The little princess directly entered Elder Obersen's herb garden. The entire herb garden was covered in a treasure, with a total of several dozen herbs, but each one was a very rare treasure. Vivian found the immortal herb that Obersen had transplanted from a ruin 80 years ago, the longevity grass. Longevity grass. Its name seemed to be very ordinary, but it was a genuine immortal medicine. It said that this herb had a strong innate vitality that could make up for any innate defects and loss, increasing one's lifespan by 5%. The strong spirit energy contained within was enough for an awakened soul realm cultivator to easily break through their bottleneck. Very good. It's you. The little princess held a dagger out of thin air and very nimbly bypassed the restriction. From the spatial level, the entire plant was perfectly cut out, not even leaving behind a single root. However, the soil where the immortal medicine was planted did not show any signs of being turned over. The entire medicine was not pulled out, but moved away on a spatial level. Only Vivian could do this in the entire forest, so the restriction Obersen left behind would not be touched. Elder Obersen, you can't blame me. Royal Father always says to plant good karma, so I took your medicine to save Chu Tian. That is also planting good karma. He had obtained the celestial medicine. Vivian fled the tribe that very night. This was because the little princess knew that the matter of stealing the medicine couldn't be hidden for long. If Obersen found out that his precious immortal herb that he had carefully cultivated for 80 years had been stolen, he would go crazy with rage. She had to send the medicine to Chu Tian as soon as possible to avoid any future worries. The little princess passed through the forest and gathered her courage to enter the southern Xia for the first time, finally arriving in Central State. It was already dawn at this time, and even if the little princess had innate spatial energy, rushing through the night like this was still very tiring for her. Where does Chu Tian live? The southern Xia was in a state of war, so Central State did not have its usual bustling scene. Adding in the fact that it was only 4 a.m, most people closed their doors and did not come out, so Central State City was very quiet. This was the little princess' first time coming to a human city. The stone houses humans lived in were very strange, being densely built. There were not many trees in the city, which made her feel a bit unaccustomed. Was it comfortable to live in this kind of dense and tall stone house? There were no leaves, no grass, no gardens, no wells, no tree houses, and no birds to accompany them. Several hundred people squeezed together. Just thinking about it made her feel awkward. Humans were truly strange. Where did Chu Tian live? Vivian closed her eyes and immediately lit the mind lamp. Her divine sense was very strong, instantly sweeping over half the city. What surprised the little princess was that these humans were very weak, simply too weak. How could there be such a weak country in this world? Vivian did not have any concept of power levels on the continent. She did not know that small kingdoms were the lowest level powers. The southern Xia humans were this weak. No wonder they were bullied by the spirit beast kingdom. The little princess was filled with confidence after knowing the strength of the Southern Xia people. This was because in Central State City, there was no one that could threaten her, so she was assured of finding the strongest person and heading in his direction. Chu Tian's position in the Southern Xia was very high, so it was not wrong to go find the strongest person. The Southern Summer King's temporary manor. Dongfang Gan was currently taking care of military matters, and while Dongfang Gan was concentrating on analyzing the situation. "Hey, hello!" Suddenly, a weak and sweet female voice sounded in his ears. Dongfang Gan was shocked as he found a petite figure standing 2-3 meters away from him. Dongfang Gan's expression fell as he threw the pen in his hand like a dart. No matter who it was, if a person silently appeared in the middle of the night, they would have reacted the same way as Dongfang Gan. Dongfang Gan's cultivation was in the second true spirit layer and was the person with the highest cultivation in the Southern Xia. The other side was standing 3 meters away from him, but he could not feel any aura at all. What did this mean? Either she was a high-level assassin, or she was an expert with a high cultivation, or perhaps it was both. In any case, to be able to suddenly appear in front of Dongfang Gan without alerting the guards outside, she definitely was not an ordinary person. The little princess didn't care at all. She stretched out 2 fingers and casually caught the pen that Dongfang Gan had thrown out. Dongfang Gan gave a low roar and his spirit energy instantly exploded. The Dongfang family's source spirit turned into a spear that pierced at the little princess with incomparable strength. "What are you doing? You're hitting people." Vivian raised her hand, and the space in front of her shattered. The spear pierced into the shattered space and came out from behind Dongfang Gan. In the end, the attack landed solidly on Dongfang Gan's body. Dongfang Gan was instantly injured by his own attack. "Who are you?" "I'm here to deliver medicine to Chu Tian." Vivian held a wooden box in her hand and spoke in human language that she was not very familiar with. "Do you know where Chu Tian is?" "Deliver medicine?" When Dongfang Gan saw Vivian open the wooden box, a dense aura immediately filled the air, instantly enveloping the entire room. Dongfang Gan's injuries were covered by this aura, and in an instant they improved a little. "This medicine is—" The door was suddenly pushed open, and several dozen Dongfang family guards rushed in, shouting, "Catch the assassin!" "Stop!" Dongfang Gan immediately stopped them. "If this fellow wanted him, these people would not be able to stop her. This is not the time. Go and find the people from the Miracle Commerce." Meng Yingying was tossing and turning in bed. With the recent series of events, she had not been able to sleep for several days. Now that Chu Tian was sick, Meng Yingying was very panicked. She did not know if Chu Tian could hold on or not. It said that the War Hound's army had been robbing merchant ships recently. They clearly wanted to borrow ships to head south. If there was no Chu Tian, could they stop the fierce War Hounds? At this time, this news reached Meng Yingying's hands. It said that an outsider had come to deliver medicine to Central State. Meng Yingying pinched herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Only then did she jump up in surprise. She immediately put on a few pieces of clothing and rushed to Dongfang Gan's residence like fire. She saw that her elder sister had already arrived. At this very moment, Meng Qingwu's face was also filled with excitement, so much so that her body was slightly trembling. Both of her hands were holding a plain and simple small wooden box. Even the usually calm and steady elder sister could be this happy. Then the small wooden box definitely contained the immortal medicine. "Ah, aren't you Princess Meng Yingying?" Meng Yingying found a girl who looked 1 or 2 years younger than her. She had dark green hair and a bright flower wreath on her head. Her clothes were woven from green leaves, and her snow-white feet were bare. She looked very beautiful with long and sharp ears. She was sitting on a stool with a teacup in her hand, and her jade-like eyes were curiously looking at the humans around her. When this strange foreign race person saw Meng Yingying, her eyes immediately lit up. Her snow-white feet stepped on the ground, and she ran to Meng Yingying's side with a look of pleasant surprise. She carefully looked over Meng Yingying. "You're even more beautiful than in the movies. Me and my sisters all like you. I never thought that I would be able to see you in person. This is truly great." Meng Yingying felt a little embarrassed and a little confused. Who was this person? "Yingying, this is the princess of the Wood Elf clan, Vivian." Meng Qinggu walked over and said to her sister, she was the one who brought the immortal medicine to Chu Tian. "She is the great benefactor of our miracle commerce." Elf princess? Meng Yingying was shocked. This was a real princess, and she, Yingying, was just an impostor. Meng Yingying did not dare to be negligent, and quickly said, "Big sister princess. Oh no, I should call you Granny Princess. I am Meng Yingying. Thank you for saving Chu Tian." The little princess's little face immediately fell, and she indignantly said, "What granny? How do I look like a granny?" The little princess was a little unhappy. Dong Fanggon's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This little elf looked harmless, but her cultivation was unfathomable. If he accidentally angered her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meng Yingying scratched her head and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The lifespan of elves is different from that of humans. I don't know what to call you." The elves had a much longer lifespan than humans. The little princess looked like she was 13 or 14 years old, but her actual age was definitely 60 or 70 years old. Meng Yingying had just turned 16, so was it wrong to call her Granny? It seemed like, whether it was humans or elves, they did not like to be called old. Forget it. The little princess did not take it to heart and impatiently said, "Why isn't Chu Tian here yet? I want to see him." Chu Tian's injuries are acting up and he's currently recuperating. Meng Qinggu also could not wait. We'll send the medicine to him now. Chapter 343. Meng Qinggu had imagined Chu Tian's injuries to be very serious. Actually, these injuries were a bit more troublesome than before, but it was impossible for Chu Tian to deal with them. He had been resting in bed for the past few days, but he was actually taking this chance to relax. The Yun sect's research had made enough progress, so Chu Tian didn't need to personally take care of everything. It was fine to have his subordinates take care of it. As for Meng Qinggu and Miracle Commerce searching the world for immortal herbs for Chu Tian didn't care. How could a small southern summer country find an immortal herb? Immortal herbs weren't cabbages. Level 2 immortal herbs were even rarer than Level 3 immortal herbs in a sense because immortal herbs were created by the heaven and earth, so they could brew a large amount of essence. Most immortal herbs far surpass Level 2 immortal herbs, so low-level immortal herbs were hard to find. Moreover, even if they found a Level 2 immortal herb, did Miracle Commerce have something of equal value to exchange for it? Miracle Commerce's current resources were mostly from southern Xia. They weren't high-level, high-quality, or rare, and the money they used was the gold coins of southern Xia. These gold coins were worthless in other countries, and although they had a bit of source stones in reserve, it was far from enough to buy an immortal herb. This kind of purchase was a waste of effort, no matter how he looked at it. Who would have thought that when Chu Tian had this thought, a little elven princess would come out of nowhere with an immortal herb? She traveled tens of thousands of miles to Central State and didn't ask for anything in return, giving it to Chu Tian for free. Fuck! Where did this wastrel come from? How precious was an immortal herb? It was equivalent to over 100 top-grade sacred herbs. Chu Tian had a look of disbelief on his face as he looked at the elf who had given him the medicine. This was a short elf that was only 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall. She was wearing clothes woven from branches and leaves and wore a crown of flowers on her head. She was barefooted, and although her body was not fully developed, her face was breathtakingly beautiful. This person's aura was very strong. Perhaps she was a peak expert. However, his face was full of curiosity and innocence, as if he was inexperienced. According to the tradition of the elves, Young elves were not allowed to come into contact with the outside world. She must have snuck out. Wow. When the little princess saw Chu Tian, her snow-white cheeks flushed with excitement. Stars appeared in her eyes, and she was a little nervous and reserved. I didn't think that I would really be able to see you. I'm Vivian. Although I'm not human, I've used the things you guys invented, so I admire you very much. So when I heard that you were injured, I specially brought you a herb from the tribe. Take a look and see if this herb is useful to you. It turned out that the reason and motive of the little princess sending the medicine made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. They had never thought that the influence of miracle commerce would seep into the elven race. What was even more unexpected was that the little princess had actually been nurtured within the elven race. Longevity grass? Chu Tian opened the medicine box to take a look and revealed a surprised expression. Longevity grass was a rare herb recorded in ancient books. Chu Tian had never seen it in the future. This was a precious medicine that could increase one's lifespan. Meng Yingying asked nervously, "Is it useful?" Longevity grass contains the essence of life. Even if a normal person uses it, their lifespan will increase according to the ratio of their lifespan. It is not a problem to repair innate life injuries. This herb's characteristics were very special. Even if Chu Tian ate it raw on the spot, he could still recover from all his injuries. However, Chu Tian wouldn't waste it like that. In addition, he found some problems with this herb, but there are traces of restrictions on this herb. If I'm not wrong, you secretly brought it out from the tribe. Chu Tian wasn't baseless. Even if the elves were very closed off, they wouldn't send medicine from far away for an outsider they had never met. This act of sending medicine was most likely the personal actions of this little elf. She didn't look old, probably less than 70 years old. Judging from the traces on this herb had been transplanted once, but it hadn't been moved for 80 years. Therefore, Chu Tian didn't even need to think to make a judgment. This must be the property of the elven tribe, or the property of a high-ranking member of the elven tribe. Anyway, it wouldn't be the personal item of this little elf. It was most likely stolen. Everyone began to worry. The elves were mostly very powerful. If the little princess stole an immortal herb and gave it to Chu Tian, wouldn't this anger the elves? The elves were originally xenophobic and didn't like to come into contact with humans. Now that the little elf not only violated the rules of the tribe, but also stole an important herb of the tribe, if the elves came to find trouble in anger, then perhaps miracle commerce wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Powerful, truly worthy of being Chu Tian, being able to see the truth with a single glance. Little Princess Vivian did not hide anything as she giggled and said, "Our tribe doesn't have many immortal herbs, and I don't have any in my hands, so I could only secretly dig one out. But you can be assured the elves won't find trouble with you for this little matter. At most they'll put me under house arrest for 8-10 years." The little princess never thought that she had done anything wrong. This immortal herb didn't have much use to the elven elders. It was at most a treasure of Aubersen's. Rather than being kept by Aubersen every day, it was better to take it out and use it for something more meaningful. This chance would make Chu Tian owe the elves a favor. Perhaps it would be very useful in the future. House arrest for 8-10 years. This punishment was too severe. Little Princess Vivian was willing to accept this kind of punishment in order to help miracle commerce. This made the Meng Qinggu sisters feel a bit bad. "Don't look at me like that. 8-10 years is nothing to the elves. Not to mention house arrest doesn't have any effect on me." Little Princess Vivian immediately added, "It's because our tribe doesn't have a way to lock me up right now. The herb has already been stolen, and it's too late to send it back, so you don't need to worry." Meng Yingying was moved as she said, "We really don't know how to thank you. Why are humans so troublesome?" Vivian was a bit unhappy. "Isn't it just a herb? What's the big deal?" Since the little princess had said this, if he continued to push it, he would seem like an old woman. Chu Tian impolitely took the immortal herb and wrote a list for Meng Qingguo. He told Meng Qingguo to collect these materials as soon as possible. These materials were all common sacred herbs. With Miracle Commerce's current resources, it shouldn't be hard to find them. Meng Qingguo took the list and left. Chu Tian looked at Vivian and said, "Can you let me see your source spirit?" Of course, there's no problem. Vivian's spirit energy was released. When her spirit energy was released, it didn't have any color and one could only see ripples in space. Following that, a white dagger appeared above Vivian's head. This dagger was very special. It seemed to be connected to space, and it contained powerful spatial energy. Every time it moved, its sharp edge would be able to cut through space like tofu. Spatial dagger. Little Princess Vivian's source spirit. A rare spatial attributed source spirit. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said, "Although you have a strong spatial source spirit, what's strange is that you don't seem to cultivate a spatial attributed cultivation technique." Vivian said with a depressed expression, "Because spatial attributed cultivation techniques are too rare, the elves can't find one suitable for me. So my main cultivation technique isn't spatial attributed." Everyone felt it was a pity hearing this. The spatial attributed was one of the strongest attributes. If she could find a suitable cultivation technique to complement her source spirit, little Princess Vivian's potential would be very shocking. However, because the spatial attributed was rare and strong, there were very few people who could cultivate it, so it was hard to pass it down. The little princess not being able to find a suitable cultivation technique was normal. "This is truly great." Chu Tian revealed a laugh that made everyone suspicious. Chu Tian explained, "You didn't come all the way here to give me the medicine, so Miracle Commerce can't repay you. I'll use a special cultivation technique to return the favor." Little Princess Vivian was shocked. It couldn't be. Could it be that Chu Tian had a spatial attributed cultivation technique? This cultivation technique is called void escaping. It is a movement technique based on space. Your source spirit's spatial dagger matches the requirements of this cultivation technique. As long as you can cultivate this cultivation technique, there will be few people in the same realm that can threaten your life. Everyone's faces fell. Not only were these people shocked that Chu Tian could take out a spatial attributed cultivation technique, they were also shocked at the strong effects of this cultivation technique. Once this void escaping was cultivated, no matter how much his battle strength increased, at least within a large realm, it would be hard for anyone to kill him. This was definitely an extremely strong cultivation technique. Vivian found it a bit hard to believe. This person could really take out a spatial attributed cultivation technique? Chu Tian did not say anything else as he took out a jade slip and spent the entire night recording the cultivation technique. He personally gave it to Vivian and seriously said, "After you memorize this cultivation technique, destroy it. You can't leak it out, otherwise it will bring trouble." Vivian had only wanted to give him the medicine. She never thought that she would have this kind of fortuitous encounter. Vivian had thought that in her lifetime, it would be hard for her to cultivate a complete spatial attributed cultivation technique. When Vivian saw the main points of the void escaping cultivation technique, she felt her blood boil. This was not just a complete spatial attributed cultivation technique. It was also a high-class cultivation technique. To Vivian and the elves, this cultivation technique's value was not just a single immortal herb. Not even 10 or 100 could compare. At this time, Meng Qingguo came back. The materials that Chu Tian needed were already in the storage, so the conditions were met. Now he could directly refine the medicine. Good. The heavens are helping me. This troublesome old injury can finally be cleaned up. Chu Tian said to Vivian, "Stay in Central State for 2 days. If there's anything you don't understand, write it down, and I'll explain it to you when I come out." After saying this, Chu Tian went into closed-door cultivation. Chapter 344. The true value of the longevity grass was not the immortal herb itself, but rather its special property of increasing one's lifespan. The herbs and pills on the continent were strictly limited. For example, a level 1 herb was only effective for body refinement cultivators. If it was used on an awakened soul cultivator, the effect would be limited no matter how high it was. If it was used on a true spirit cultivator, it would have no effect at all. Therefore, a normal level 2 immortal herb could become a precious collection, but it was not very useful to the elven elders. The longevity grass was special in that not only did it have the medicinal properties of a level 2 immortal herb, it could also increase one's innate vitality. It was not useless to the elven elders. After all, it was equal to several dozen years of lifespan. Vivian's carelessness in stealing the longevity grass would cause quite a stir, but Chu Tian did not have any thoughts of returning it. With Chu Tian's current strength, it was easier said than done to get an immortal herb. Since it was delivered to his door, how could he let it go? He would first swallow the fat meat that was delivered to his mouth. He would not consider anything else in the future. But an entire immortal herb was too much. Chu Tian used a third of it to refine a pill. In terms of quality, it was only a half immortal grade pill. Whether it was the longevity grass itself or the supplementary herbs, they were all sacred medicines that contained a large amount of life essence. Therefore, this pill was mainly used for healing, which was more than enough for Chu Tian's injuries. I can finally get rid of this sickly state. When Chu Tian swallowed the immortal pill, it was activated by his spirit energy and turned into a large amount of essence. It quickly seeped out of his internal organs, entering his muscles and entering his bone marrow. A vigorous life energy covered his body, healing his broken meridians without any suspense. Not only did Chu Tian's injuries instantly turn for the better, his cultivation also quickly jumped from the 6th awakened soul layer to the peak 6th awakened soul layer. Although this pill was made with a healing formula, it still contained immortal herbs and many other sacred herbs. The condensed spiritual energy was something a trivial, illustrious soul realm cultivator could not imagine. Chu Tian had not only reached the peak 6th awakened soul layer, he could feel that he had only absorbed a fifth of the medicinal essence. Even if he used the remaining energy, it would be enough for him to break through the peak 6th awakened soul layer and jump into the 7th awakened soul layer, the true soul realm. Good, very good. Who would have thought that a third of a stock of immortal medicine would have such an effect? Not only had Chu Tian recovered from his injuries, but he had also obtained a huge increase in strength. The remaining portion, combined with some cultivation increasing saint herbs, was enough to allow others to obtain a huge increase in strength. The medicine that little Princess Vivian had sent had increased the strength of miracle commerce by a level. While Chu Tian was in closed-door cultivation, little Princess Vivian was taken on a tour of miracle commerce by Meng Yingying. After touring the Yun Sect's research facility, Vivian was deeply shocked by the creativity of miracle commerce. She felt that she had done an incredible thing. Chu Tian had the ability to change the entire world, and she, Vivian, had saved this kind of powerful person from danger. Wasn't this a huge merit? Not to mention that Vivian had obtained a large lucky chance. The spatial cultivation technique that she obtained from Chu Tian was enough to benefit everyone. This was something that no immortal herb could compare to. Other than that, Vivian also had a large harvest. Because Meng Qingguo had given the task of taking care of little Princess Vivian to her little sister, Meng Yingying had been inseparable with Vivian for the past few days. The two of them ate and slept together, talking about everything. As a result, little Princess Vivian was surprised to find that she and Meng Yingying, the fake princess, had a lot in common. Although there was a big age gap between them, and although they were of different races, there was no barrier between them. The two of them regretted not meeting each other earlier, and immediately became good friends who could talk about anything. Meng Yingying's heart was pure, beautiful, and kind, almost no different from an elf. Meng Yingying was not as rigid as other elves. so she was especially to little Princess Vivian's liking. The two had only known each other for a few days, but they had already agreed to make a movie together, and were even about to sign a contract to become sworn sisters. Meng Qingguo had been paying attention to the two of them. When she saw that her little sister and the little princess were getting along well, her heart was very happy. The elves were naturally pure and kind, but they were also very sensitive. They would always be wary of the complicated and fickle humans. Only a pure person like Ying could get along with the elves. This was something that Meng Qingguo couldn't do. Meng Qingguo didn't know what realm the little princess cultivation had reached, but Dongfanggan, who was in the second true spirit layer, couldn't compare to her. So the little princess' strength was at least in the third true spirit layer. Even in a warring kingdom, she would be a peak expert. Not to mention that the little princess was the elven king's daughter, having a revered identity and high status. If they could use her to form a good relationship with the elves, Miracle Commerce wouldn't need to be afraid of the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom behind the Warhound's kingdom. Today, Meng Ying invited the little princess to the Miracle Hotel to eat and drink to her heart's content. Meng Qingguo felt that after several days of contact, the little Princess Vivian should have let down her guard, so she personally came to the hotel to find the two of them. She saw these two fellows making an entire table of food and wine, drinking and chatting happily. The little princess was dancing on a large table with her bare white feet. When Meng Ying saw her elder sister appear, she was very surprised. "Elder sister, why are you suddenly free? Come and sit. I just happened to pass by and heard that you were here, so I came to take a look." Meng Qingguo was here to test the little princess, so she couldn't make it too obvious. "Honorable Princess Vivian, are you satisfied with Central State?" Vivian's face turned red. "I like it here," Meng Qingguo said with a smile. "Since you like it here, why don't you stay in Central State for a long time?" Little Princess Vivian was like a deflated ball as she said with a depressed face, "That won't do. The elves aren't allowed to privately interact with humans. I've already left home for 2 days, and the elders have most likely found out, so they are searching the forest for me. If they can't find me in the forest, they might come here. I can't implicate you all." Meng Ying was very angry. The elves are all a group of old fogies. It's not like every human is a bad person. Princess Vivian has been in Central State for a few days, but we still don't know where you came from. Can you introduce your hometown to us? This was the question Meng Qingguo wanted to know the most. She already knew that Vivian came from the south, but the kingdom lacked information on the southern region of southern Xia. They only knew that there were barbarians, dwarves, and other rare races living in the endless forest. "That's right." Meng Ying slapped the table. "After you tell us, I'll ask Chu Tian to build a communication station there. That way, even if you're in the tribe, you can still receive information from Central State and even contact us." Vivian was clearly tempted. If Miracle Commerce could build a communication station in the Emerald Forest, wouldn't that bring a rich life to the elves? It would make the tribe that had been closed off for thousands of years suddenly become full of vitality. When Vivian missed Ying and Chu Tian, she could use the communication device to contact the two of them. Is this really okay? For Miracle Commerce, this is just a small matter. Vivian did not have any wariness towards the Meng Qingguo sisters at all. When she heard the Meng Qingguo sisters say this, there was nothing else other than gratitude in her heart. She immediately told them the area the tribe was in, the surrounding terrain, the specific location, and even the strength of the population. The area Vivian lived in was to the south of southern Xia. It was a chaotic land that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. Because the forest occupied 70 to 80% of the area, this place was called the Forest of Chaos. The terrain was chaotic, the species were chaotic, the races were chaotic, the influences were chaotic, and the order was chaotic. In short, it was a chaotic land. There were countless spirit veins intersecting in this area, and the land was very fertile. There were countless treasures, and there were countless blessed lands. In short, it had the conditions to become a large empire. However, there were hundreds of races in this area. There were large races like the spirit beasts and elves, there were strong races like the dragons and the giants' tears, and there were rare races like the dwarves, the flower fairies, and the tree spirits. These races all had their own rules and kept each other in check, with no one being able to stand out. The west side of the Forest of Chaos was close to the sea, which was the border of the Sea Race Empire. The southeast side was occupied by the Empire, where many superpowers intersected. So this made the situation even more complicated. The current Forest of Chaos main system was a city-state system. Large underground cities and forest cities were scattered all over the place like a chessboard. Every city occupied thousands of miles of rich resources, representing the hegemony of a region, and was fought over by the various tribes of the forest. Some large cities even had several vassal cities, forming a colossus that was not weaker than the forces of the warring states. A place without a country. Mang Yingying felt this was very strange. There are clearly over 10 billion people, but there are no countries. It is rare to see races all concentrated in the same area on the continent. The different races have different habits and beliefs, so naturally it is hard to unify them. Meng Qingguo never thought that there would be this kind of area south of southern Xia. Then what are the strongest powers in the Forest of Chaos? Vivian said, other than us elves, there are several other strong powers in the Forest of Chaos. For example, the Dragon City controlled by the Dragon Lord, the Titan City controlled by the Giants, the Wild Beast City controlled by the Spirit Beasts, the West Sea City controlled by the Western Sea Race, and etc. They are all powers that cannot be underestimated and can be considered the overlords of the Forest of Chaos. Vivian drew a simple map of the area. Meng Qingguo had been very troubled recently. Miracle Commerce's development to the north had been blocked, so how should they expand? Now, a new world had appeared in front of them. This complicated and rich place, this primitive and barbaric land. Perhaps it would become Miracle Commerce's new direction. As a merchant, Meng Qingguo was very clear that the places with business opportunities were not places with order. The more chaotic a place was, the more opportunities there were to rise. Chapter 345. After a strong wave of spirit energy, Chu Tian had smoothly come out. In this short, closed-door cultivation, not only had he recovered from his injuries, he had also stepped into the seventh awakened soul layer. This filled Miracle Commerce with energy and swept away everyone's worries. It was all thanks to the immortal medicine little Princess Vivian sent. Since Chu Tian was fine, the little princess was prepared to go back. After all, she had left home for several days and the elven elders were searching for her, so they must be going crazy with worry. If they chased her here, Chu Tian and the small southern summer country's troubles would be unavoidable. Vivian decided to go back and admit her wrongs. At worst, she would be locked up for a while, but as long as the storm passed, she could still come to southern Xia to play with Chu Tian and Yingying. Vivian had given her the immortal medicine, and Chu Tian had given her a spatial cultivation technique, so they were basically even. So, Chu Tian did not make her stay, which made little Princess Vivian feel a bit disappointed. She said her goodbyes with a depressed expression. Remember to come see me in the Forest of Chaos when you have time. I'll be very bored in the tribe. Princess, you don't need to be in a rush to leave. I've carefully prepared a gift for you. Can you wait a bit? Is that so? Many thanks, big sister, Meng Qingguo. Little Princess Vivian really liked Miracle Commerce's things, especially the cameras, magnetic sound devices, and video players. If she could bring a bunch of them back, she wouldn't be bored even if she was locked up. Meng Qingguo gave a soft cough before leaving. Chu Tian came back to his senses. The young miss had something to say. He immediately followed Meng Qingguo to the back hall. What is this? Take a look at this first. Meng Qingguo took out the map she had drawn from Princess Vivian's description. She first introduced the situation of the Forest of Chaos and then explained her thoughts. The true threat we are facing right now is not the War Hound's kingdom, but rather the Eagle Burial Kingdom behind them. It wasn't hard to defeat the War Hound's kingdom, but it wasn't easy to deal with the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Miracle Commerce's land was barren and couldn't expand, and the north was covered by the Eagle Burial Kingdom. So the only way to break through was the south. The overall strength of the Forest of Chaos is not inferior to an empire. Those peak forest cities, mountain cities, and underground cities are not weaker than the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom. Only the hundreds of races are divided and the situation is chaotic, so the powers are not evenly distributed. Although the terrain is primitive, the fierce beasts and the various powers are chaotic. It is also because of this that it is a good place to fish in troubled waters. I understand what Eldest Miss means. The Forest of Chaos is a fertile land. Miracle Commerce has great potential in this area, but we haven't thought of a way to get involved yet. I think we should go through Vivian and find a way to get in touch with the elves. The South might become a fertile land for Miracle Commerce and Chu Tian's group to grow stronger. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. The Forest of Chaos was simply too powerful. Not to mention the Dragon Lord, the Elven King, or the Titans. Any small or medium-sized faction would be able to wipe them out. How to safely enter the Forest of Chaos was of the utmost importance. The best way was to form an alliance with a local tribe. This could provide protection in the beginning and also help Miracle Commerce develop. The little elf sitting outside, wasn't she just a local? Meng Qingguo had yet to think of a way to establish a cooperative relationship. After all, the elves were very antisocial and had overwhelming power. If she were to make contact with them rashly, not only would she fail to achieve her goal, she might even bring disaster upon herself. Understood, leave it to me. When Chu Tian returned to the living room, Meng Yingying was sending off little Princess Vivian. The two of them had a look of reluctance because after today, who knew when they would meet again? Chu Tian walked in front of Vivian and said, I have a suggestion. How about you don't go back and just join Miracle Commerce? Meng Qingguo almost spat out blood. What kind of idea was this? Did he not know the consequences of doing this? If they left Vivian in Central State and let her join Miracle Commerce, the elves would definitely fly into a rage. They would insist that it was Chu Tian who kidnapped the princess, and it would be strange if they didn't cripple Miracle Commerce at that time. I agree. I also think the same. Vivian did not even have time to speak before Meng Yingying expressed her strong support. You will definitely be punished if you go back. So why don't you stay with us? But Vivian was very excited. She had not played enough these past few days, and she would most likely be locked up for a long time when she returned to the tribe. If she could choose, of course she wanted to stay. However, Vivian was not stupid. If she went back on her own initiative, at most she would be punished for violating the tribe's rules. However, if she was left behind by a human, then the situation would be completely different. Wouldn't that implicate Chu Tian and the others? Chu Tian said to Vivian, Do you like Miracle Commerce? Do you want the elves to become a beneficiary and participant of Miracle Commerce? Of course I like it. This is a great cause. Vivian's words were not false at all. After touring around Central State these past few days, she had a deep understanding of Miracle Commerce's potential. I feel that Miracle Commerce's future will not be normal. You're right. Even in a small and poor country, Miracle Commerce only took half a year to develop to this stage. But our dream is not to be content with a single person. Then what is it? We want to change this world and even change this era, making the continent more wonderful because of us, making everyone's lifestyle change. We want to personally create a miracle dynasty. Vivian had a look of worship on her face. This was great. This was the Chu Tian she admired. Southern Xia is too barren. If we can enter a place like the Forest of Chaos one day, I think Miracle Commerce will have great achievements. When Chu Tian said this, he suddenly revealed a compassionate appearance. I've heard that there are over 100 races living in the Forest of Chaos, killing each other. There is no order or law, with bandits, murderers, and human traffickers everywhere. There should be a power that can end this chaotic situation and pacify this chaotic forest. Miracle Commerce is willing to help us and use the forest of chaos as the first step to realizing our dreams. I wonder if the elves are willing to help? Vivian's body trembled. What? Miracle Commerce wanted to go to the forest of chaos. The forest of chaos was Vivian's hometown. How could she not be willing? Vivian anxiously jumped up. Each elf hopes to change the situation of the forest. But we can't do it with just our strength. Then don't hesitate. Let's work together now. With Miracle Commerce's wisdom and elf strength, sweeping the entire forest of chaos will not be a problem. Chu Tian patted Vivian's shoulder. As for the elves, there is no need to worry. I believe that in the near future, the forest of chaos will become peaceful and orderly, and the elves will become an important force. The elven elders are very rigid. I'm afraid you will. Rigid? Chu Tian specialize in dealing with rigid people. There is no matter that I can't handle. Relax and stay here for a few more days. After the matter in southern Xia is over, I'll accompany you to the forest of chaos to convince them and let the elves become Miracle Commerce's allies. Really? Please look into my sincere eyes. Do I look like a liar? Meng Yingying seized this chance to say, You might not understand this fellow, but as long as he dares say something, there is nothing he can't do. No matter how difficult it is, you can be assured. Vivian was more and more moved. She was very clear about Chu Tian's deeds, so she knew that this person was good at creating miracles. Perhaps he could really convince them. All right, then I'll stay here for a few more days. Meng Yingying gave a happy shout. Great! Vivian's face was also filled with a smile. She liked this creative place from the bottom of her heart. The elven forest was filled with gardening, painting, and carving. That kind of life was too boring, and she was bored for a day, not to mention a lifetime. People lived in this world, so they needed to do something. Meng Qingguo didn't know what Chu Tian was thinking, but with their tacit understanding, as long as it was Chu Tian's decision, Meng Qingguo would not easily question it. Not to mention that Vivian was very strong. If she could stay in Central State City, it would at least give Central State City a strong protection. Princess Vivian has become a member of the company, so we should give her a position. With Vivian's status, we can't just casually ignore her. What position does the young miss think we should give her? There was no lack of people in charge of the various departments, so what position could they give Vivian? Meng Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. Since Miracle Commerce is prepared to expand into the forest of chaos, we should create an external development manager. Their position will be the same as the branch chairman. What do you think? Chu Tian nodded. All right, that's it. Good, good, good. Meng Yingying revealed a smile. We welcome the princess to Miracle Commerce. Vivian gave a few silly laughs. She had heard Meng Yingying talk about Chu Tian recently, so she was very envious of Meng Yingying, who could work beside Chu Tian. It would be great if she could work with Chu Tian, but she never thought that her wish would come true this quickly. What attracted Vivian the most was that Miracle Commerce was going to the Forest of Chaos. Vivian thought of going with Miracle Commerce to the Forest of Chaos and showing off her skills in the Forest of Chaos. Her blood was boiling. What should I do now? No rush, no rush. You don't need to do anything right now. I'll teach you a few things. If Chu Tian wanted to convince the old fellows of the elven tribe, he had to take out something that would make them speechless. During this time, you just need to practice the void escaping well. Yes, Chairman. The little princess had finally settled down. Chu Tian used the remaining 2/3 of the immortal herbs, and with a bunch of sacred herbs that could increase one's cultivation base, he refined another 10 pills. Although they were refined from incomplete immortal herbs and dregs, their medicinal strength was not inferior to a top-grade sacred pill, and their effects were even better. Chu Tian gave them to the people beside him. In the end, the young miss, Yingying Feng Kai Dai Yunyao, and the others all easily reached the sixth awakened soul layer. Nan Gongyin reached the peak sixth awakened soul layer, and breaking through to the seventh awakened soul layer was just around the corner. Although Chen Bingyu did not break through, her cultivation had increased a bit. What surprised Chu Tian the most was that after Dongfang Haoren took the pill, his cultivation had smoothly reached the peak ninth awakened soul layer. His strength had already reached the level of the Southern Summer Marquis, so it seemed like he was a person with great potential. The entire Miracle Commerce's strength had increased by a level. All aspects of the war preparations had been completed, and they were just waiting for the war hounds to arrive. Chapter 346. The Southern Summer Imperial City was filled with the war hounds' banners. The Imperial City had fallen, and all resistance had been killed. The Imperial City had been in chaos for several days, and a quarter of the 7-8 million people had died in battle. The rest had chosen to surrender and pledge their loyalty. The war hounds' army had looted and burned for several days. The wealth and resources accumulated by the families in Imperial City over 100 years had all become the Fang King's spoils of war. The fierce demon wolf cavalry had taken over the Imperial region and several dozen cities in Song State. Now there were over 40 million Southern Xia citizens that had become the war hounds' vassals. Wang Tianlong was in high spirits. This was because after the Fang King took over the Imperial region, he immediately made Wang Tianlong the new king. Through Wang Tianlong's human identity, it was much easier to rule the Southern Xia citizens than the Fang King himself. After all, these humans had lived on this land for generations and had a deep hatred for the northern spirit beasts, so it was not easy to directly rule them. So what if he was a subordinate king? It was not something a marquis could compare to. Wang Tianlong got what he wanted. Now his biggest wish was to take back all the remaining lands that were struggling at death's door. Other than that, there was another matter that was stuck in Wang Tianlong's throat. Chu Tian. He didn't know why, but he felt that as long as Chu Tian didn't die, he couldn't sleep well. When the scouts brought back news, Chu Tian had indeed escaped to Central State and had even pushed Dongfang onto the throne, preparing to fight against the great summer country. Wang Tianlong was so angry that he smashed a cup. He immediately notified Nan Gongling, who was now a ruler, and the two of them quickly entered the royal palace, preparing to report to the Fang King. The Fang King was currently receiving the Eagle Burial Kingdom's envoy. This Eagle Burial envoy was covered in a black robe, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes. Even with the Fang King's incomparably respected status, he still had to show some respect to this person. The Eagle Burial envoy first praised the Fang King. Your Highness has ruled the war hounds and quickly conquered Southern Summer. The king has given you high praise and will properly reward you after the battle. I hope your Highness will continue to expand south, allowing the Eagle Burial Kingdom's southern territory to reach the Forest of Chaos. With one large and one small kingdom joining in, the Eagle Burial Kingdom's influence will increase by another step. The king might even become an emperor in 100 years. The Fang King didn't care about these questions, only asking, have Eagle Burial's reinforcements arrived? His Highness has requested 100,000 air reinforcements, but the Eagle Burial Kingdom is fighting all over, and all the battlefronts are very shocked. The Southern Summer Imperial City has already been broken, and there are only a few people left to resist. But against the people who are good at fighting, is there a need to send 100,000 reinforcements? Although the Vulture Cavalry is not the trump card of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, it is still a very precious air force. We can only support 20,000 cavalry at most. This is already our limit. Your Highness, please don't make this difficult. The Fang King was a bit unhappy. Although Southern Xia can't even withstand a single blow, the difference in terrain between the north and south of Southern Xia is huge. My demon wolf riders can't travel thousands of miles over mountains and rivers. If we want to end this battle quickly, we'll need a large aerial force. Your Highness is too cautious. The Eagle Burial envoy disagreed. Even if the demon wolf cavalry cannot fight, you still have several 100,000 soldiers from the Warhound Plains and 10,000 vulture cavalry. Adding in the 20,000 vulture cavalry. Even if you don't use any tactics, you can still break through a few normal southern summer cities. The Fang King gave a snort. Your Highness, wanting to end this battle, quickly isn't wrong. But you have to consider the overall situation of the kingdom. For a southern summer that can't rise again, you don't need to invest too much of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's battle strength. The Eagle Burial envoy said this, and then added, You don't need to be too anxious. The king has given us 3 months of time. So no matter how hard we humans defend, 3 months is more than enough. The Eagle Burial envoy left the palace after giving his orders. His sharp eyes swept over Wang Tianlong and Nan Gongling, revealing a look of ridicule and disdain. Were these lowly humans worthy of being the Eagle Burial Kingdom's opponents? This Highness really didn't know what was good for him. 100,000 vulture cavalry? Wasn't this just nonsense? It was hard for a large kingdom to use a 100,000 aerial army. Now that they were dealing with a small country and a dying one at that, he actually asked for 100,000 reinforcements. If it wasn't for unifying the warhounds and winning 2 battles, the king would give him a bit of face. Otherwise, even 20,000 could forget about it. The Fang King softly asked, Have you investigated the matter I asked you to investigate? Nan Gongling quickly cupped his hands and said, We've investigated the strange weapons used by the Southern Summer Defenders. These are special weapons manufactured in a secret factory near Imperial City. The Fang King's eyes flashed with a bright glow. It really is a mass-produced weapon. Such a weak, small country actually has such a sharp new weapon. Have you found the blueprints or production staff? Also, I've heard that the Southern Xia humans have invented something that can communicate over 1,000 miles and broadcast sound. Have you found any of this technology yet? We ask the Fang King to punish us. Nan Gongyin said in a terrified voice, These new technologies haven't been around for long, and they are all in the hands of miracle commerce. All the related equipment in the city has been destroyed, and the secret factory outside the city has been heavily damaged. So we can't find anything of value for now. Waste. The Fang King slapped Nan Gongling into the wall. Nan Gongling did not dare resist and could only kowtow to accept his punishment. Fang King, please calm your anger. Wang Tianlong respectfully bowed down. I've received news that Chu Tian's group has escaped to the south and is currently in Central State. As long as we capture him, everything will be in our hands. In the Imperial City battle, the fierce firepower of the Source energy submachine guns and the shocking might of the Source energy bombs had left a deep impression on the Fang King. The Fang King thought it was a secret treasure at first, but who would have thought that after investigating it, it was actually a mass-produced weapon? This made the Fang King very excited. If he could obtain this kind of equipment, the Eagle Burial Kingdom's strength would increase by several times. It would be too easy for them to become an emperor. We've searched the merchant caravans and stored ships, so we've already gathered enough. Wang Tianlong knelt down on one knee. Please give the order. As long as Central State falls, Southern Xia's last resistance will collapse. At that time, the 200 million Southern Xia citizens will all become subjects of the Warhound's kingdom, forever farming and producing for the Fang King. The Fang King was a bit hesitant. Today's position was not obtained through bravery. The Fang King was not only a peak expert, he was also a clear-headed commander. He did not let 2 large victories go to his head. Rather, he calmly analyzed the situation. There was no doubt that the remaining Southern Xia army could not even stop the Warhounds, not to mention the Eagle Burial Kingdom army. But now they were faced with 2 variables. The first was the terrain variable. The second was the unexpected variable. The Warhounds would have to pass through the 4 states lake if they continued south. But the Warhounds were not good at fighting in the water. Moreover, The ships they stole from the southern summer merchants and the old warships in the warehouse could not compare to southern Xia's warships. If they fought on the Four States Lake, the warhounds might not have an advantage. Other than that, did southern Xia still have that kind of powerful weapon in storage? Once this weapon was used in a water battle, it would have an even stronger killing effect. This was something they had to guard against. Wang Tianlong was filled with doubt. Whether it is our numbers or strength, we have an overwhelming advantage. What is the Fang King worried about? All right, the Fang King made his decision, immediately passed down my orders. The Demon Wolf Cavalry will stay behind, and the rest of the army will prepare to head south. Understood. Wang Tianlong revealed a look of joy and immediately asked, "Then what is the strategy?" The Fang King had already thought of a strategy. You will lead 600,000 war hounds to head south. The fleet cannot be concentrated and will be split into 5 fleets of 100,000 people. They will follow different routes and land in different places in Central State. Southern Xia's army is weaker than our army, so their only chance of victory is to defeat us on the water. However, their army is not as large as ours, and we will scatter to land, making it difficult for them. At most we can attack 1 or 2 places, and most of the army will land. Wang Tianlong's eyes lit up. Splitting the army to land is one of the strategies. It is a strong attack. The Fang King continued to say, I will lead 30,000 vulture cavalry and the various tribe chiefs from Tsang State. We will pass through the mountains to the north of Central State and launch a surprise attack on Central State City. A surprise attack and a strong attack. How could Central State City stop them? The southern summer country had lost 2 battles, but they did not lose unjustly. The Fang King was an experienced commander. His strategies were always impeccable. At least from Wang Tianlong's point of view, Central State City would definitely die in this battle. The battle strength of the Central State Army could be ignored. The southern summer cavalry had 300,000, but their overall strength could not compare to the warhounds, so they had no chance of winning in a head-on clash. As long as the warhounds landed, they would be able to break through Central State with a strong attack. The warhounds would split into 5 groups, and even if Central State sent out all their forces to intercept them on the water, the warhounds were not good at fighting on the water, and their ships were old, so they could only intercept 1 or 2 groups at most. The rest of the troops would be able to surround Central State City. This was already very hard to break, not to mention that in the Fang King strategy, there was a hidden surprise attack. He would personally lead the Air Force from the north, crossing over the mountains to launch a surprise attack on Central State. No matter how good the calm martial ruler's tactics were, if he wanted to intercept the 600,000 warhounds army, it was impossible for him to not send out all his forces. But once he sent out all his forces, Central State City would be very empty. Under the surprise attack of 30,000 aerial troops, Central State City would definitely fall. If Central State City fell, no matter how beautiful the battle on the Four States Lake was, it would be meaningless. The fall of Central State was already an inevitable result. The Fang King was truly worthy of being the Eagle Burial Empire's king. He could think of such a detailed and ruthless plan in such a short period of time. Wang Tianlong and Nan Gongling's confidence increased. Although Dong Fanggon's military talent did not lose to the Fang King's, in a situation where both sides were at the same level, pure strength was the deciding factor. The Fang King watched the 2 of them leave. He did not know why, but he had a vague premonition that this battle would not be easy. Chapter 347. The warhounds could attack at any time. Central State's development could not be slow. Meng Qingguo had been observing the data from all sides, and she had to admit that war was the strongest catalyst for the development of a civilization. With the threat of the warhounds' kingdom, the entire Central State was united. In just a short half a month, not only had everyone's cultivation base increased by a level, the Central State Yin sect had also continued to show results, and the industry had developed by leaps and bounds. With all the resources from all sides working together, the production efficiency had increased by around 3 times. Not bad, very not bad. With this speed, if the warhounds gave them another 10-15 days, Central State would be impregnable and the warhounds' army would not be able to break through this place easily. Now, Meng Qingwu's biggest headache was not the warhounds' kingdom in the north. Miracle Commerce's new strategy had already been decided. The Forest of Chaos would become the place where Miracle Commerce would truly rise. But how to enter this area was the #1 problem for Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian's method was too risky. The elves were a race with a strong sense of vigilance and did not trust outsiders easily, so they were closed off. Meng Qinggu thought that if they wanted to gain the elves' trust and support, they had to slowly eliminate the elves' suspicions and let them recognize Miracle Commerce and accept them. Chu Tian directly pulled Princess Vivian into his group, not leaving any room for negotiation. Did he consider Vivian's identity? Did he really consider the feelings of the elves' conservative faction? This would not be able to win the elves over as an ally. Rather, it would cause the elves to be hostile towards them. What were they busy with at this time? Meng Qinggu took out the communication device to contact Yingying. In the end, she found out that Yingying was with Chu Tian and Vivian, currently in the Yun sect. What were they doing in the Yun sect? Meng Qinggu, curiously, went over to see what was going on. Chu Tian had opened a special laboratory for Vivian and was currently teaching the little princess how to use this super modern laboratory. This is the spatial laboratory that the Yun sect has specially prepared for Vivian. I'll leave it to you to manage after tonight. When Chu Tian said this, his tone suddenly changed. In order to facilitate your work, I'll let Elle dismiss and Yingying be responsible for assisting you. Vivian's face was full of surprise as she touched around in the laboratory. There were many new things inside, things that could never be seen in the elven tribe. Vivian had just been accepted into Miracle Commerce by Chu Tian, and she already had her own laboratory so quickly. Her sense of identity became even stronger. "Oh, what did you say?" Vivian was stunned. How can that be? Yingying and Big Sister Qinggu are the founders of Miracle Commerce, and I am just a newcomer. Vivian was used to calling Meng Qinggu's sister. Although she was old enough to be Meng Qinggu's grandmother, Meng Qinggu also gave a bitter smile. Those who are capable come first. Little princess doesn't need to be modest. But Vivian scratched her head in a bit of embarrassment as her white cheeks turned red. Although I've lived for 14 elven years, I can't even compare to Yingying in terms of knowledge. Not to mention managing a laboratory, I'm afraid I can't even be a normal researcher. This was definitely the truth. Meng Yingying had copied Meng Qinggu's heavenly book source spirit for a long time to increase her learning ability, so her knowledge would not lose to a normal Yun sect scholar. On the other hand, Vivian was several times older than Yingying, but she had lived in the elven environment since she was young, so how could she have the mind to study? Vivian's strength could not compare to anyone, but her knowledge was far from it. Meng Qinggu felt it was strange. Little Princess Vivian was not good at science, so why did she prepare a laboratory? What was Chu Tian thinking? Vivian was very embarrassed. How about this laboratory? We don't need it for now. My cultivation base is not bad, so if you want to fight, I might be able to help. Let's say it like this. Even if you invite the most knowledgeable old scholar of your elven race, there wouldn't be much of a difference in my eyes. Moreover, you have a special potential that normal people don't have. Chu Tian encouraged Vivian. You are unique. I believe that you can do things that other people can't do. Vivian's heart was instantly moved to the point of bursting. She was synonymous with trouble in the elven tribe, and even she had given up on herself. She never thought that there would be someone who appreciated her this much, not to mention that this person was her most respected idol. What special potential do I have? Your innate spatial energy. The thing that Chu Tian wanted to teach Vivian was actually the knowledge of spatial energy. This was a hard-to-form knowledge in 20,000 years. Whether it was a world-famous scholar or a normal person like Vivian, there was no difference. In order to let you understand your own potential, I'll give you a small task first. Chu Tian gave a set of very complicated blueprints to Vivian. This is the third-level spatial source energy array's blueprint. Your first task is to complete the array, and you will naturally understand my meaning at that time. Spatial source energy array. The few of them were shocked. They had heard of fire source energy arrays, wind source energy arrays, and ice source energy arrays. As for spatial source energy arrays, they had never heard of them before. It could even be called a fantasy. Spatial energy was recognized as the hardest attribute to control. Wanting to use a source energy array to create spatial energy, was this really possible? Vivian held the complicated blueprints and said, "What kind of array is this?" Chu Tian gave Vivian an encouraging look. "Don't ask too many questions, just give it a try." No matter how bad one's knowledge was, they still had the basic ability to draw a source energy array. Chu Tian had already given a detailed blueprint, and Vivian just needed to draw the array according to the blueprint. With her true spirit realm and mind's lamp divine sense, this was not a hard thing to do. This source energy array was clearly not normal. The materials Chu Tian had prepared were all precious level 3 materials. Other than that, he had used 4 giant source energy batteries to form a system to replenish the energy of this source energy array. "I'm going to start." Vivian's little face tightened. This was her first time showing her strength. She couldn't drop the ball at this critical moment. She released her divine sense. This divine sense was not weaker than Chu Tian's. It was even a bit stronger than Chu Tian's. After scanning the blueprint once, every detail was recorded in her mind. "Rise." The crystal stone pen was raised. Vivian directly used her divine sense to control it, drawing it on a piece of stone specially used to hold source energy arrays. After around 30 minutes, a complex and complete space source energy array was formed. When Meng Qinggu saw the source energy array, it was hard for her to hide the shock in her heart. Meng Qinggu was not a simple woman. She could be considered half a disciple of Chu Tian. Of the current technology of miracle commerce, the only one who had a complete grasp of it was Meng Qinggu. Meng Qinggu's strong learning ability and heavenly book memory allowed her to surpass top scholars like Gu Qianqiu and Yun Tianhe in a short period of time. This space source energy array was something she had never heard of before. It wasn't like Meng Qinggu had never seen a level 3 array before, but she had never seen one this complex. All the components and structures were very unique. If this array was seen by those old things, they would go crazy from excitement. Vivian wiped her sweat and said with a face filled with amazement, "This is the most complex source energy array I have ever seen. But what use does it have?" "Don't be anxious," Chu Tian said to Meng Yingying on the side. "Yingying, help me turn on the energy pillars." All right. Meng Yingying deftly activated the switch on the magic energy battery. The 4 energy pillars simultaneously released a powerful energy. After the complex spatial array was activated, it instantly transformed into an incredible amount of energy. The violent energy wave interfered with the spatial fluctuations. When the spatial distortion became more and more intense, it actually formed a black hole-like hole. This is Meng Qinggu and Meng Yingying couldn't feel it, but Vivian could clearly feel it. This black hole is a stable space similar to the storage space in storage equipment. God, it's too big. It's at least 10 feet wide. What did you say? Meng Qingwu's eyes almost popped out. This is a storage space. Vivian's face filled with excitement as she nodded. That's right, I understand. This source energy array's use is to create a stable space. I have never seen such a mysterious source energy array before. It can actually create a stable space. Once this space is formed, it is no different from a storage equipment. How expensive was a storage equipment? It could simply be considered priceless. There weren't many storage equipment in all of southern Xia. The reason why storage equipment was so precious was because storage equipment was made from spatial materials that contained spatial energy. This kind of material couldn't be found in many places on the continent. Now that Chu Tian had easily created a space that was so big, it was hard to imagine. Chu Tian said with a nod, "This is a space-forming array. It is used to create a small space. The more energy it provides, the larger the space. We can use this technology to create a space warehouse." But compared to storage equipment, the space warehouse's flexibility is far inferior. This technology has a lot of prospects. Chu Tian gave a simple introduction. "I'll give you an example. We can easily transport items to any corner of the continent through the space. This also means that if we store things here, we can open a space on the other side of the continent and take them out." This was more than just prospects. If Chu Tian's communication technology could allow the continent to exchange information, then this spatial technology could perfectly allow the exchange of materials, allowing products from all over the world to flow quickly. Not only did it contain a large business opportunity, it would also lead to an irresistible revolution. I have a complete theoretical foundation, but the technology isn't stable enough. Chu Tian looked at little Princess Vivian. "I need your talent and ability to perfect this great technology with me. This spatial research room is for this purpose. Are you willing to accept this job?" Vivian was at a loss for words. She had only joined Miracle Commerce for a day. Giving her this kind of important technology, this showed how much importance he placed on Vivian. Vivian could clearly feel that this was a chance to change the continent. Chapter 348. I will definitely complete this task. Vivian straightened her back and her face turned red as she loudly shouted out like she was making a vow. Meng Qingwu's heart calmed down. Vivian had already completely immersed herself in her role. Chu Tian was prepared to train Vivian into Miracle Commerce's first spatial engineer. Because Meng Yingying could duplicate source spirits, she also had spatial abilities. Only because she wasn't strong enough, she couldn't participate in spatial operations and could only provide some basic support. Meng Qingwu was responsible for coordinating the resources and building a complete space warehouse in the shortest amount of time. How could Vivian not be excited? She had traveled tens of thousands of miles to come to southern Xia and even disregarded the danger of being punished by her clansmen. But now it seemed like it was all worth it. She was like a lost traveler who had suddenly found her goal. Vivian vowed that she would not disappoint Chu Tian's expectations. The elves did not have much interest in leaving their names in history, but they could not reject something that would benefit their descendants. Once this space warehouse was completed, the clansmen would be shocked. At that time, I will build a space warehouse in my tribe and let the elves experience the benefits of a space warehouse. At that time, who would dare to gossip about us? After all, to the elves, a space warehouse was simply a dream come true. The elves did not like coming into contact with the outside world and longed to change their quality of life. This was something that was hard to achieve in the past, but now it was different. The elves did not need to deal with other races. As long as they had a space warehouse and communication device, if they wanted to buy materials or daily necessities in the future, they just needed to make call and place enough source stones in the space warehouse to receive the goods from the other side. How convenient! How beautiful! Not only would it not destroy the peaceful life the elves yearned for, it would also allow the elves to sell their specialties, and it would allow the rich resources of the outside world to flow into the elves, making the elves richer, stronger, and richer in life. Even the most old-fashioned elves would not reject this kind of good thing. If Vivian could help the elves become the first to benefit from the spatial technology, she would become one of the greatest heroes in the history of the elves. The pioneers were always the biggest beneficiaries. The elves dared to be the first to become rich and powerful before the other forces and kingdoms could react. Vivian did not want to go home anymore. Now, even if her father came, she would not leave. Vivian looked at Chu Tian as if she was looking at a god. I didn't expect you to even be able to create space. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? Although I don't deny that I'm strong, this source energy array isn't creating a space, it's just borrowing space. Chu Tian gave a laugh. Although the little elf's worship was very useful, Chu Tian still needed to spread the knowledge of spatial technology. I do have a way to create a space, but with the power of a third-level source energy array, it is far from reaching the goal of creating a space. I can only borrow the existing space. Borrow? What do you mean, borrow? The space domain is incomparably profound. If you want to master it, it will not be something that can be mastered overnight. However, since I have the time, I will tell you a little about it. Chu Tian pointed at the source energy array on the ground and said, "This source energy array looks like it's creating a storage space on the surface, but it's not creating space at all. It's just capturing a subspace, and this subspace already existed." Chu Tian explained the basic understanding of space to the three of them. Originally, this world was like a giant bubble. When the great ancient world collapsed, the large bubble turned into countless small bubbles, and these small bubbles separated to form different planes. Each independent small bubble had countless smaller bubbles attached to it. There were very few small bubbles that could mature into a spatial structure. After these mature spaces were captured, they could be used to create various secret realms. However, most of the small bubbles, because they were very small, they could not fully develop the spatial laws, so they could not be used to store life energy as a subspace. The space warehouse was a technology that used subspace. This source energy array captured and stabilized the subspace, opening a passage to the subspace and using it to store things. So it's like this. The three of them were enlightened. Although it was only the most basic knowledge of space, it was still too advanced for the three of them. It was like they had touched a whole new world. Because the subspace itself exists, even if we close the source energy array, the things we store will not disappear. We can just open it when we need to take something out. Meng Qingguo gave a heartfelt sigh. This truly is a safe and perfect technology. Meng Qingguo had just found out that maintaining this subspace required a large amount of energy. The 4 energy pillars had been consumed by half in just a while. Although the cost of energy was low in this era, it couldn't be used like this. If the space warehouse collapsed when the energy disappeared, it would be too unsafe. If it was attacked or malfunctioned, wouldn't the things inside the space warehouse be lost? After understanding the theory, Meng Qingguo was completely relieved. Once this spatial technology was successfully developed, it would have a very wide range of uses. Chu Tian said, "This technology is very attractive, but there are still many problems that need to be solved." Meng Yingying was puzzled. "I think it's perfect. Why can't we use it immediately?" "There are 2 problems that need to be solved," Chu Tian explained. "First, there are hundreds of millions of subspaces floating in this world, and they are all different in size. If we use this formation to directly summon them, then it will be full of uncertainty. This time we will capture this space, and the next time we will capture another space. If we can't accurately identify the space, then this technique is meaningless. So it's like this. Then what about the second problem? The second problem is for the future. We need to avoid illegal summons, for example, our space warehouse being stolen by others. Although it is hard to do with technology and probability, we have to prepare ahead of time. Chu Tian had decided to develop spatial technology, so he had to do his best to make it perfect. This was because spatial technology couldn't compare to the previous technology. The previous technology could only be considered low-end technology. They could all be replaced by higher-level technology. Only spatial technology was high-end technology that couldn't be replaced. Spatial technology had limitless possibilities, and he had planned on personally using it. However, spatial technology was at the 3rd level, and Chu Tian still needed some time to break through to the true spirit realm. Adding in the importance of the elves in Miracle Commerce's plan, Chu Tian decided to give some low-end spatial technology to Vivian. This would be an important chip to win over the elves in the future. Vivian's cultivation wasn't weak. She had innate spatial energy, was the elven princess, and was a simple person. She also matched the goals of miracle commerce, so she met all the requirements. Chu Tian said to Vivian, "If you want to become a qualified spatial engineer, you must learn how to find subspaces, mark subspaces, and modify subspaces. From today onwards, I will start from zero and only teach you the basics of spatial technology. Miracle Commerce's first space warehouse will be given to you." Vivian's face turned completely red. She felt like her blood was boiling. The continent's first spatial engineer. I'm going to become the continent's first spatial engineer. Vivian almost couldn't suppress her ecstasy and excitement, wanting to shout out, "Calm down, I have to calm down. I am now an important person of miracle commerce." Chu Tian definitely wouldn't want to give this important technology to an immature person. Chu Tian looked at the little elf who was about to suffer internal injuries and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, I'll continue talking about the basics of spatial technology. Learn as much as you can, and if you don't understand anything, you can find the young miss. Her source spirit is special and her learning ability is 100 times faster than yours. If you don't understand, she will definitely understand." He didn't even finish speaking. A griffin knight suddenly rushed over to the Yun sect. "Greetings to the country guarding ruler, Cloud Dream Marquis. Urgent military report. His Majesty is asking the two of you to quickly head over." Meng Qingguo was a bit stunned. What is going on? The Griffin Knight had a serious expression. "The Warhound's fleet has been detected. I'm afraid the decisive battle is about to begin." They really know how to pick the right time. Chu Tian gloomily shook his head and said to the little elf with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry, I'll be busy for the next few days, so I'll have to slow down the teaching matter." Vivian's eyes were about to spit out flames. Damn, damn, damn. These disgusting and dirty spirit beasts. They could have come at any time. But they had to come at this princess' most important moment to cause trouble, angering me to death. I must exterminate them all. Meng Qingguo looked at the angry little elf, and her heart slightly skipped a beat. She tried to persuade her. Southern Xia is about to go to war with the Warhound's kingdom. This battle will be very dangerous, and Central State will become the battlefield. You are an outsider and shouldn't get involved. Why don't you leave for a few days and come back after this matter is over? How can I do that? I've already joined Miracle Commerce. Vivian was most worried that the spirit beasts would cause trouble for Miracle Commerce. When she saw that Meng Qingguo was about to speak, she quickly cut her off and said, "Don't say any more. I must go with you to fight the spirit beasts." Actually, I, Vivian, have always hated the spirit beasts and can't wait to eliminate them all. Vivian strongly expressed that she wanted to participate in the battle. Chu Tian naturally couldn't ask for more. As for whether he would feel guilty, don't joke around. Did Chu Tian really think that the elves were a group of good people? The elves were kind by nature, but this kind of kindness was only towards their own kind. The elves had been able to reproduce on the continent for so many years, surviving the slaughter of countless other races and walking towards glory. Just this point alone showed that they were not easy to deal with. There were many races that had been exterminated because of the elves. When the elves dealt with their enemies, they would not be any kinder than humans. Chapter 349. It was reasonable for Vivian to hate the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts and the elves could be considered mortal enemies. The elves had been the rulers of the continent for a long time, but the elves had a slow population growth and they did not have a strong heart, so they were chased by the aggressive spirit beasts. The two clans had a fierce battle. The elves had the absolute advantage at first, suppressing the spirit beasts and almost exterminating the spirit beasts. Only the spirit beasts were cheap, but they had a strong reproductive ability and a fast metabolism. Every time they were defeated, they would recover in just a few decades. The two clans fought for thousands of years, and the elves' population became smaller and smaller. They were suppressed, and the situation became worse and worse. Finally, in a decisive battle, the spirit beasts defeated the elves, causing the elves who once ruled the continent to fall from their divine altar. When the spirit beasts thought that they could replace the elves, another race suddenly joined the race's competition. This race was the human race. The humans' reproductive ability was only inferior to the spirit beasts. They were more intelligent, civilized, cunning, and fickle. The spirit beasts and humans had been evenly matched in the past few years, so there was no clear winner. The previous overlord, the elves, although they were peak power in the long run, the elves no longer had the power or ability to rule the continent. How many elves had the spirit beasts killed? It was because of their history that the elves hated the spirit beasts. Vivian was familiar with this since she was young, and adding in the fact that the spirit beasts in the Forest of Chaos would steal and steal. In Vivian's eyes, the spirit beasts were the embodiment of evil. They were the pests of the continent, lowly and cruel creatures that should be exterminated. Although the elves did not have any good feelings towards the humans, because there were always greedy human traffickers that came to kidnap elven girls, compared to the spirit beasts, the humans were considered good citizens. Central states, temporary kings' residents. The miracle commerce people had all arrived. Princess Vivian was wearing a flower crown, and her clothes were made of leaves. She was barefooted, and her strange attire was very eye-catching among the humans. Dongfang Qian naturally noticed this as well. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't ask any questions. The war hounds have already set off. Our army must prepare a countermeasure. Southern Summer King, you can be assured. Meng Qingguo said in a confident voice, our army has over 100,000 source energy weapons, 10,000 source energy bombs, and 4 source energy cannons. As long as we equip them with the Central State Fleet and intercept them on the water, it's hard to say who will win. The Cloud Dream Marquis, words are wrong. The war hounds have reached 600,000 soldiers, and they have come out in full force, clearly showing their intent to fight. Our Northern Legion has 300,000 soldiers, and all of them are made up of ground cavalry. If they are converted to naval forces, their combat power will be greatly reduced. The Central State Army of 100,000 was not the main force of the Southern Summer Country, so their battle strength could be ignored. When the two armies confront each other, our side is obviously the weaker side. There is no advantage in not fighting. That was true. In terms of military strength, Southern Xia was not their match. The war hounds were not good at fighting on the water, but wasn't Southern Xia not? A valiant cavalry unit had been turned into a navy. They had nowhere to display their martial prowess. They were like a wolf with its claws and teeth pulled out, not to mention the Central State Army. They weren't the main force in the first place, so they couldn't even be on the stage. When the two armies fought, they would collapse as soon as they came into contact. The other qualified commander of the army would definitely analyze the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Dongfang Gan looked at the map of the 6 southern counties on the wall. If I was the Fang King, I would not fight on the water and would use any method to land. I would use the land that I'm more proficient in to destroy the Southern Summer Army. If my guesses aren't wrong, the Warhound's fleet will split up midway and use different routes to approach the Central State Army. They will land on land and decide the outcome of the battle. Everyone's expressions changed. If it was like this, it would be hard to handle. They did not know how the Warhound's fleet would change, and the Central State Army did not have the advantage in numbers, so it was impossible to surround them. A general stood up and said, "We will quickly send out troops and try to break them one by one." It's not that easy. The Four States Lake is very large, and the routes can change at any time. How can we block 600,000 scattered enemies? Dongfang Gan said this. This Four States Lake's main force attacking Central State could be a pretense. I've studied the Fang King's tactics. This person likes to make risky moves, so there's an 80 to 90% chance he will lead his air force to cross the northern mountains. While we are fighting the war hounds at the Four States Lake, he will launch a surprise attack on Central State City and stab us in the heart." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. These southern summer generals had followed Dongfanggan for many years. Dongfanggan's perception was very strong. He could accurately predict the enemy's actions every time. This was also the reason why he was undefeatable. Everyone thought about the previous two battles, and the Fang King's arrangements were very likely. But if it was like this, how could Southern Xia resist? Southern Xia was too weak. Whether it was the air force or the ground force, they would find it hard to resist. Chu Tian broke out in laughter. Dongfanggan was waiting for him to speak, and seeing him finally speak, he immediately asked, "Why is the country guarding ruler laughing?" Did the Southern Summer King really forget, or did he deliberately not mention it? Our air force cannot compare to the other side, but we have an underwater force that the war hounds definitely do not have. The Four States Lake battlefield is Southern Xia's territory. If you give me 100,000 troops and equip them with Miracle Commerce's weapons, I can guarantee that the 600,000 war hounds will not be able to land. The other 300,000 will be left to defend Central State City. I don't believe that the war hounds can break through Central State. 100,000 people? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. This boast was way too big. Chu Tian was filled with confidence. "I never boast. I can do what I say. 100,000 people is enough. Do you not believe me?" Dongfanggan thought about it for 2 seconds. "I'll give you 200,000 people. Don't be greedy and try to delay the enemy's formation. Central State City has 200,000 people. It's enough to guarantee their safety." Dongfanggan said, "I'll give the Griffin Knights to you to protect the Central State Fleet. There's no need to worry about Central State City." Damn, this fellow still did not believe me. "Even if you don't believe me, I don't believe you." Chu Tian said, "In order to guarantee Central State safety, I will leave some Miracle Commerce people to defend. Nangong, Ying Vivian, you will stay in Central State to help the Southern Summer King." Nangong Yin Meng Ying? What use could these two girls have? Dongfanggan's eyes fell onto Vivian. He noticed Chu Tian's words. Miracle Commerce people? When Chu Tian said this, the elf did not show any displeasure, and instead had a calm expression. What happened? Could it be that Chu Tian managed to rope in this elf this quickly? What kind of background did this elf have? Directly roping her in like this shouldn't be a problem, right? No matter what, this was a special time. This elf was very strong and would have quite a bit of use. Dongfanggan directly sent out the royal proclamation. Central State Shinfengho, Chu Tian, and Meng Qingguo will lead the Central State Fleet to the Four States Lake and welcome the mighty war hounds' army. 300 large warships were already waiting for orders. 200,000 Southern Xia soldiers gathered at the port. The Southern Summer King, Dongfanggan, personally came out to send the army off. Dongfanggan's style was different from Dongfanghao's. Dongfanggan did not like to play tricks. After simply motivating the soldiers, he immediately began to coordinate the transportation of supplies. The 100,000 Storm cavalry left their horses and turned into the navy. The Southern Summer King understood the army very well. Most of the 100,000 soldiers were good at archery, and archers were a very important part of the fleet. Of the 200,000 soldiers, a third of them were equipped with source energy firearms. Even if they weren't equipped with source energy firearms, most of them were equipped with heavy crossbows. Hong dong dong. There was a series of deep rolling sounds. The newly produced source energy crossbow cannons from Miracle Commerce were being installed on the warships. These source energy crossbow cannons were modified from traditional crossbows, and the crossbow bolts they shot were very destructive high explosive bolts. There was a total of over 100 of them. They had a range of several thousand meters. There were over 3,000 heavy explosive crossbow bolts. This weapon would become one of the most destructive weapons in a warship battle. Not only could it cause large amounts of damage to the enemy, it could also destroy the Warhound ships. Other than the Source energy crossbow cannons, Miracle Commerce also made several strange launchers. These launchers were used to launch bombs, and compared to the simple projectile weapons from before, these special launchers were more accurate. The shells they used were also specially made, so they had a very terrifying destructive might. Finally, there were 2 shining Source energy cannons that were fixed on Chu Tian's flagship. These 2 Source energy cannons were the strongest weapons Miracle Commerce had ever produced. Even with many factories operating at the same time, they had only made 4 cannons. 2 were left in Central State, and 2 were brought out. These were true killing weapons. Everything is ready. Let's set sail. When the horn sounded, the Central State fleet carried the hopes of countless Southern Xia citizens and slowly sailed out of the Central State port towards the Four States Lake. Chu Tian crossed his legs as he sat on the deck to enjoy the wind. I never thought that father would lead an army into battle. Young miss, are you nervous? Meng Qingguo looked over at him. What are you nervous about? It was so dangerous last time, but we still survived. This time we're fully prepared. I don't believe they can play any tricks. Hey, it's best if you're not nervous. Chu Tian stood up and his eyes sparkled. Damn, it's time for us to take our revenge. Have you notified Boss Yu's side? Relax, I've already used the communication device to contact the Giant Shark Gang's headquarters. Boss Yu has already organized a vanguard and is heading towards the Warhounds ahead of us. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. He hoped that they would do a good job, saving quite a bit of effort for Chu Tian. No matter how careful the Fawn King was, he could not understand Central State's strength in this short amount of time. The Giant Shark Gang was a large problem that they didn't expect. Chapter 350. 3,000 Giant Shark Gang elites were standing on the small island with bare arms. Each gang member was carrying a large backpack, and there was a round object in the backpack that was the size of a wash basin. This was the underwater bomb that Miracle Commerce had carefully developed. The 5 leaders stood in front with serious expressions and their hands behind their backs. Boss Yu stood in the center with a fishbone cane, looking over everyone with a deep and sharp gaze. Ever since my Giant Shark Gang has joined hands with Miracle Commerce, we have grown by leaps and bounds in just a short 2 months. We have obtained large amounts of resources, and our gang members have quickly increased in strength, becoming the #1 gang in Southern Xia. Now that Southern Xia is in danger and Miracle Commerce has been implicated, it is time for us to play our role. Everyone loudly shouted, "Prepare to serve at any time." Working with Miracle Commerce in this period of time, everyone had benefited greatly. Everyone could feel the shocking potential of Miracle Commerce, and as long as they followed Miracle Commerce, everyone could obtain an unimaginable future. One's loss, one's glory, one's glory. Southern Xia was a matter of life and death. Once Southern Xia fell, how would Miracle Commerce survive? Once Miracle Commerce fell, how would the Giant Shark Gang survive? The Warhounds were their common enemy. Everyone had the same thoughts and the same logic. This battle was unavoidable, and they could only give it their all. Gang leader, the Warhounds army is within 200 miles. All right, let's go. The 5 leaders personally led the 3,000 elites into the water. The 3,000 people were like incomparably agile fish, diving several hundred meters into the water. The Giant Shark Gang had already explored the Four States Lake's underwater environment, and the surrounding water area was specially chosen by the Giant Shark Gang for the Warhounds. This was the deep water area, being several hundred meters deep. Secondly, the underwater terrain was complex with dense reefs suitable for cover. Even if the Warhounds experts opened their mind's eye, they would not be able to find the Giant Shark Gang in the water. The Giant Shark Gang were all cultivators with special bloodlines. Otherwise, even a true spirit cultivator would not be able to hide in the water for several hours. All of their actions were carried out in the deep water. ensuring that nothing would go wrong. Night slowly fell. The Four States Lake was calm and peaceful. The 3,000 giant shark gang elites passed through the depths of the lake and finally arrived at the Warhound's fleet. At this time, the Warhounds were only halfway through their journey, but the fleet had not split up and was still in a concentrated state. Southern Xia knew of the Warhound's situation, and the Warhounds knew of Southern Xia's situation. Now that Southern Xia's fleet had just left, the two sides could not come in contact. Separating too early would reveal their intentions and routes. When Boss Yu looked up from the bottom of the lake, he saw that in the quiet and dark lake, there were hundreds and thousands of black shadows moving. The number was so huge that it was shocking. "Do it!" Boss Yu gestured. The giant shark gang members all floated up and began to split up. They slowly went under the bed and took out a large round-shaped bomb from their backpacks. There was a nail on the top of the bomb that could easily cut through the bottom of the ship. Moreover, it was secured by a hook. Large ships that were more than 100 meters in length were equipped with at least 4 bombs, while the smaller ones were equipped with 2 bombs. The medium-sized ships were equipped with 1 bomb in the center. As for the smaller ships, if there were any left over, they were equipped with as many bombs as possible. In less than an hour, the giant shark gang had already completed their mission. They activated the bomb's explosion function and quickly left the area without anyone knowing. The Warhound's army was still valiantly charging forward, not knowing that a seed of destruction had already been planted under their feet. Before dawn, the Warhound's strong and fierce fleet passed through the mist that covered the lake, advancing in the direction of Central State. The Fang King's fierce flag fluttered above the sails. The hundreds and thousands of ships were like a large group of terrifying beasts. The Warhounds had 3 times the number of ships compared to Chu Tian. There were less than a quarter of the ships, and most of them came from Furna State, because over half of the ships from Tsang State and the Imperial region had been burned by the comm-martial ruler. What if there weren't enough ships? Of course they had to steal them. Because of this, the Warhound's fleet was very messy. There were many merchant ships, mercenary ships, and even large fishing boats. Although there were many ships, it was hard to carry an army of this size. Because of this, most of the ships were filled with people. This could be seen from the waterline. Wang Tianlong and Nangongling were fully armed as they stood on the deck. A Warhound's chief with 2 blades on his back and his body covered in black bandages was coldly standing beside the 2 of them. He said in a low and deep voice, "Our army is already halfway, and the Southern Xia army has already set sail. It is time to carry out the Fang King's strategy." This Warhound's chief was a true spirit expert. He was the only true spirit expert in the fleet. Wang Tianlong and Nangongling were just puppets. Although they were in charge of giving orders, they were all under the Fang King's orders. This true spirit realm Warhound's chief was in charge of monitoring the 2 of them. If the 2 of them made any small movements, the Warhound's chief could directly kill them. The 2 of them were very unhappy, but what could they do? The southern summer country had no choice but to lower their heads to the Warhounds. "Immediately pass down my order," Wang Tianlong ordered the fleet. "The 5 armies will split up and advance at full speed to land." When Wang Tianlong's order was given, the leftmost warship of the Warhounds exploded with a shocking flame. In an instant, several explosions occurred. The extremely ferocious energy was like a volcanic eruption. A ferocious pillar of fire pierced through the bottom of the warship, blasting a large hole in the warship. Following that, the entire warship was torn in half. That fiery light shot up over 20 meters high, and countless beast spirits were thrown out like raindrops. Large amounts of debris were scattered all around, stirring up huge waves that flipped several of the small merchant ships on the side upside down. Wang Tianlong and the others were shocked. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" No one could have imagined that they would encounter an enemy attack this quickly, but they couldn't find a single shadow. Where was the enemy? This explosion was just the beginning. Hong, 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 hong. The surface of the four states' lake released an unbelievable explosion as countless flames soared into the sky. The entire Warhound's fleet was blown to pieces, and most of the warships were destroyed by the explosion. Several 100,000 Warhound soldiers fell into the water, and the terrifying high temperature evaporated the water, instantly turning it into a large amount of mist that rose into the air, completely covering the area. The entire lake was filled with waves, and the lake water seemed like it was boiling. The surface of the lake, which had been calm just a moment ago, abruptly exploded into a shocking tsunami. There was an entire 1,000 to 2,000 explosions, and each bomb was carefully made by miracle commerce. When the large amount of refined crystal oil was detonated, it created an extremely high temperature and shock wave. The Warhound's spirit beasts were not prepared at all, and with such a fierce bombardment, it was hard to imagine the casualties caused. At least 100,000 Warhounds' spirit beasts were killed in the explosions. The entire Warhound's fleet instantly collapsed. When Wang Tianlong fell into the water, he felt that the surrounding lake water was boiling violently. In such a short period of time, such a high intensity of energy had been released. The entire lake was boiling, and a large amount of water vapor soared into the sky, covering an area of dozens of kilometers. Countless spirit beasts miserably cried out as they struggled in the boiling water. Large amounts of corpses were cooked rotten, releasing a nauseating smell. They couldn't see anything, and the fleet had completely collapsed. All orders were useless. What is going on here? Why did the warships all explode? Wang Tianlong could not believe what was happening in front of him, no matter what. The majestic army that swept through the world had turned into drowned chickens in an instant. The warships were all destroyed, and the Southern Xia army was nowhere to be seen. How could Wang Tianlong not go crazy with rage? The Warhounds never thought that they would be attacked by miracle commerce ahead of time because they had been observing the situation in the central state port, and Chu Tian had sent the Giant Shark Gang's elites. The Giant Shark Gang's headquarters was in the center of the Four States Lake, so the Giant Shark Gang directly attacked from their headquarters. Naturally, they would have an unexpected effect. When the Warhound's fleet suffered a serious setback, Chu Tian saw the flames in the distance and revealed a satisfied smile. Have the fleet set up an iron lock formation. The 200 ships were divided into 2 rows. The first row was placed horizontally with a wide deck filled with archers holding bows and guns, all aiming forward. There were few ships that had crossbow cannons and launchers. The second row of ships was in a charge formation, standing vertically between the ships in front. It seemed like as long as the order was given, these ships would immediately charge forward. Quang dang dang. At this time, incomparably thick fine iron chains connected the ships together, making them as stable as Mount Tai and as firm as a rock. Chu Tian was sitting on the flagship, leisurely waiting for something. Shin Feng Ho landed in front of him and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why did you give the order to stop advancing? Other than that, this iron lock formation can stabilize the fleet, but it greatly restricts the fleet's flexibility. Once the enemy launches a sneak attack, we won't be able to react in time." "What's the rush?" "This." Chu Tian pointed at the misty lake and said, "Look." When Shin Feng Ho looked into the distance, his eyes suddenly froze. "What is this?" On the calm Four States Lake, there was a blue line that suddenly appeared. It looked like a mountain range, but the strange thing was, why was there a mountain on the Four States Lake? Just when Shin Feng Ho was confused, suddenly a warm and humid wind blew, accompanied by a light drizzle. Even the rainwater was warm. The blue outline was getting closer and closer. Shen Feng Ho's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of mountain range was this? This was clearly a tsunami that was over 100 meters tall. Be careful! The water covered the sky and earth as it swept over. Fortunately, Chu Tian had connected the ships in advance and anchored them. Although this huge tsunami was very fierce, it did not cause too much damage to the ships of southern Xia. Meng Qingguo and Qin Bingyu were both soaked. These two beauties with the best figures in miracle commerce were wet in front of Chu Tian. Their voluptuous bodies were naturally revealed, giving Chu Tian a feast for his eyes. Meng Qingguo looked at everything that was happening in front of her in shock and muttered to herself, "This is too exaggerated." Chapter 351. The Four States Lake was filled with waves, just like a storm. If southern Xia hadn't made preparations, they would have suffered losses facing this kind of attack. They could feel this wave from this far away. Then, what was the scene of the war hound's army in the center of the explosion? Chu Tian gave a few loud laughs. All right, immediately pull out the anchor. The formation doesn't change. Just line up and move forward at full speed. There is a pot of drowned chickens waiting for us to clean up. Everyone charge forward and surround them." When Chu Tian's orders were sent out, southern Xia's fleet immediately moved. Several hundred warships lined up and surrounded the warhounds. After around half a day, there were large amounts of debris on the lake. Broken masts, broken decks, broken flags, large amounts of warhounds' corpses filled the water. There were still many warhound soldiers that were still alive that were gathering together, trying to find a way to escape by floating objects. Hey, can you hear me?" Chu Tian took a large loudspeaker from Meng Qingwu's hands, and his voice spread across the lake, naturally reaching the other side's ears. "I am the Central State Rescue Team's Captain Chu Tian. I heard that there was a large disaster here, so I came all the way here. I never thought that this disaster would be this serious. But you don't need to worry. I'll help you end your pain. Prepare the ballistae and bows." The warhound soldiers were so angry that their noses almost went crooked. This damn fellow, he actually used this kind of despicable method. "Damn, I knew it was you who did it." Wang Tianlong was in a very sorry state as he stood on a half-turned warship with several hundred warhound soldiers gathered around him. This will completely anger the Fang King and the Eagle Burial Empire. No one can save you now. Just wait for our revenge. Chu Tian observed them. Wang Tianlong and Nan Gongling. These two traitors were injured, but they were still alive. Their luck really isn't bad. The two of them had a good understanding of southern Xia, so it was natural for the Fang King to give them command. Other than that, Chu Tian also found a true spirit realm warhounds expert, but it was only one, so there was nothing to worry about. After all, the warhounds' army was already like this. How could they still resist? The Fang King was not here. Dong Fanggan's guess was correct. The Fang King launched 2 attacks at the same time. The warhounds used water to transport their troops, and they used spatial techniques to sneak attack the main city. It was a good plan. Southern Xia's army was very weak. Even if they could stop the warhounds' fleet, they wouldn't have the strength to defend the main city. If they could defend the main city, they wouldn't be able to stop this army of 600,000 people. The fall of Central State City was almost certain. It was only a matter of time. However, was it really that easy? Chu Tian had just casually tripped the warhounds, and the 600,000 warhounds' army was stunned. What could they do now? Chu Tian was just getting started. Chu Tian held the megaphone and continued to shout, "Everyone, please prepare yourselves. There will be some bumps later." The warhound soldiers all opened their eyes wide in shock. What else did this guy want? Chu Tian snapped his fingers. Several silhouettes appeared in the clouds, which turned out to be several giant airships. Each airship was escorted by a small group of Griffin Knights. When the airships appeared, large amounts of heavy bombs fell like rain, constantly falling onto the warhounds' fleet. Wave after wave of explosions filled the Four States Lake. After the powerful bombs exploded in the water, the terrifying pressure created was enough to shatter a person's internal organs. With this kind of wild bombardment, the casualties the warhounds suffered was unimaginable. Damn! Shoot them down for me. A group of vulture cavalry moved out. The Fang King was worried that the fleet would suffer a loss on the water, so he left a group of vultures to protect the warships. Who would have thought that before the vulture cavalry could even get close to the airships, the Griffin Knights would charge forward with their source energy submachine guns. In that instant, large amounts of light bullets fell onto the vulture cavalry. The fierce firepower stopped the vulture cavalry without any suspense. Wang Tianlong was filled with rage, and the Warhound's chief was also filled with rage. They immediately gave the order, "Charge! Charge forward at all costs and take their warships." The Warhounds were worthy of being an incomparably fierce spirit beast race. Even in this kind of situation, they still resisted and swam through the water, attempting to take Southern Xia's warships. This is just the appetizer. Chu Tian raised the sound of the loudspeaker to the max and loudly shouted, "Now it's time for the main course!" More than 100 high, explosive crossbow bolts shot out, shooting straight into the lake. The entire surface of the lake was instantly covered in high temperature and flames. The fire dragon and water dragon danced together, the violent shockwave shattering the organs of the beast spirits. This wave of fierce attack was like throwing a bomb into the water filled with fish, instantly killing and injuring a large number of fish. Activate the launcher. The Miracle Commerce staff opened a rectangular box. This launcher was actually a honeycomb-shaped launcher. When the Miracle Commerce staff activated the launch button, waves after waves of bombs shot into the sky. They were very dense as they fell onto the water, instantly creating a chain of explosions. Too terrifying. How was this a war? This was simply a one-sided slaughter. The 3 waves of attacks were very short, not giving the Warhounds any time to react. Several tens of thousands of Warhound soldiers died, and almost all the Warhound soldiers were heavily injured. But the Warhound soldiers were also very fierce. Although they fell into the water, they wildly swam forward, charging forward without a care for their lives. They used their spirit energy to block the attacks, not caring about the cost to steal the ships. The Warhounds were much stronger than the southern summer country. There were many peak awakened soul cultivators among these Warhound soldiers. This was a very dangerous fight for these trapped beasts, so they could not be careless. They were getting closer and closer. Fire! The Southern Xia archers began to attack. Light bullets and arrows continued to fall into the water, slaughtering the spirit beasts in the water. The Warhounds were already in a sorry state. How could they withstand this kind of fierce and concentrated attack? The number of casualties kept increasing, and the blood of the Warhounds turned the surface of the lake murky. At this time, roar! A Warhounds expert jumped out of the water. It was the true spirit realm chief accompanying the army. He was holding a long blade in each hand as he slashed out at the warship in front of him. When that resplendent blade light slashed out, the surface of the lake was split apart. It was separated by over 100 meters as it slammed into the warship. The immense power stirred up the entire fleet. The entire warship was split into 3 pieces. Everyone's expressions changed. This warship was several dozen meters long, and it was even larger than a tall building. The warship itself was incomparably sturdy, but there was actually a person that could split it apart. This kind of strength was enough to shock people, truly worthy of being a Warhounds expert. Kill! The Warhounds warriors do not fear death. The Warhounds chief roared out in a hysterical voice, "Fight it out with them!" The Warhounds suffered heavy casualties, but the more desperate the situation was, the fiercer the spirit beasts would be. One Warhounds expert after another circulated their spirit energy to jump out of the water. They stepped on the debris floating on the surface of the lake, running like they were riding on the waves. They were like a group of water spiders as they approached the Southern Xia warships. An injured beast was the most dangerous. These people were already prepared to perish together with the Southern Xia people. Over half of the 600,000 Warhound soldiers had been eaten by the fish. Even if the remaining warhounds attacked with all their strength, the threat could not be underestimated. Young Miss, activate the source energy cannon. Meng Qingguo had already been waiting for the order, so she immediately activated the source energy cannon on the flagship. This source energy cannon was made of a precious third-level metal, being a dark silver color. The smooth surface was covered in runes, and the structure was very precise, just like a work of art. Big Sister Bing, give me the cannon shell. Chun Bingyu threw a cannon shell that was thicker than an arm over. Chu Tian placed the entire source energy cannon shell into the cannon, and the patterns on the surface of the cannon began to glow. An incomparably strong energy condensed in the cannon, and an incomparably dazzling light was released from the cannon's mouth. A true spirit expert was too fast. It was hard to lock onto the other side with the naked eye. The source energy cannon was very strong, and Chu Tian only had one chance because, once he failed, the other side would be alerted and be on guard. It would be much harder to succeed again, so he had to succeed on his first try. Mind's lamp, ignite. Chu Tian's divine sense locked onto the other side, and he suddenly activated the source energy cannon. With a heaven-shattering sound, the empty cannon shell was ejected and a wave of white light shot out like a meteor. It tore through the sky and tore through the void, surpassing the speed of sound by several times as it instantly landed on the true spirit expert. Fast! Too fast! It was already too late for the Warhound's chief to react. When the white light swept past him, half of his body disappeared. A respected true spirit expert. He had actually been killed by the other side's strange weapon. It was this clean, without the slightest bit of hesitation. It simply made people's hairs stand on end. It wasn't just the Warhounds that were stunned. Even the Southern Xia soldiers found this hard to believe. This kind of small kingdom did not have many true spirit experts, and each true spirit expert was no different from a spiritual god in their eyes. This kind of incomparably strong existence actually died to a weapon that Chu Tian had made in less than half a month? Chun Bingyu handed over another cannonball. Chu Tian placed the energy cannonball into the cannon and did not give the Warhounds any time to prepare. He immediately aimed the cannon at the lake and fired it again. The cannon released an intense flame, and another large energy wave shot out. Dong! That terrifying temperature of several 100,000 degrees instantly evaporated a large part of the lake. The terrifying energy wave caused a second explosion, and several hundred Warhound soldiers lost their lives in the explosion. This time, even the fiercest soldier would collapse. In the eyes of the Warhound soldiers, Chu Tian was not a person at all. He was a demon, a terrifying war demon, a cruel, killing demon. Chapter 352. The general situation had been decided. The Warhound's army was completely defeated. The first wave of explosions killed over 100,000 people, and the following waves of explosions killed over 100 to 200,000 people. The large-scale shooting arrows and continuous explosions killed over 100,000 people. A super army of 600,000 people. How many of them were left? The Warhounds were not afraid of death, but in this situation, they did not have any chance of winning at all. They did not even have a foothold. The unprecedented source energy cannons had completely destroyed the morale and confidence of the Warhounds. They had lost. They had completely lost. It's about time. Chu Tian felt that there would not be any more changes. Release the chains and charge forward with all your strength. Don't take any prisoners. Kill them all. Chu Tian's cold voice was like the shadow of a death god that shrouded the hearts of the Warhounds. Was Chu Tian a bloodthirsty person? Of course not. But Chu Tian was not soft-hearted. The battle strength of these Warhound soldiers was more than 2 streets above Southern Xia's main force. If they were allowed to live, they would only cause trouble for Southern Xia. If they killed all 600,000 people at once, the Warhound's planes would not be able to recover for 3-5 years, and they would not be able to invade the south again. Stop killing with killing. They could only do this. After all, Chu Tian was a human. The southern Xiao warships released the chains, and the warships began to move forward at the same time. Source energy bullets and powerful arrows filled the sky, harvesting the lives of the war-hound soldiers. When a battle reached this point, even if they had several true spirit experts, it would be useless. The 600,000 war-hounds army was destined to be completely annihilated on the Four States Lake. We're retreating. Wang Tianlong knew that there was no hope for this battle. The large amounts of arrows and bullets, wildly raining down, made Wang Tianlong's heart turn cold. He could only pull Nangongling and retreat. The war-hounds were backed by the Eagle Burial Kingdom, so even if they lost all their soldiers, as long as the Eagle Burial Kingdom was here, Southern Summer would not dare attack the Imperial region. Where there was life, there was hope. Chu Tian revealed a cold smile seeing this. Want to escape? How could it be that easy? Whether it was the front line of defense or the fall of Royal City, Wang Tianlong had played an important role. Chu Tian hated traitors the most in his life. Moreover, this fellow had brought him and miracle commerce so much trouble and harm. I'll leave Nangongling to you. Leave Wang Tianlong to me. Chu Tian, Shen Fengho, and Qin Bingyu all jumped down from the warship at the same time. Chu Tian stepped on the floating planks of the water and shot forward like a meteor towards Wang Tianlong. He pulled out the netherworld sword from his back, and the blade that was as smooth as a mirror was instantly ignited with flames. Flickering flame slash. A burning and resplendent sword light arrived in an instant. When Wang Tianlong felt the sharp sword qi coming straight at his back, he leaped forward, turned around in the air, and stabbed out with his spear. The instant the spear light and the sword qi collided, the pressure caused the surrounding lake water to explode. Countless water droplets fell. The two of them landed on different floating objects, facing each other several meters apart. Wang Tianlong's face turned terrifying. He never thought that not only would Chu Tian return alive from Imperial City, he would also make such large progress. He was now a late-awakened soul cultivator. Chu Tian raised his sword and pointed it at him. What goes around comes around. Didn't you feel good chasing father around Wang Yu? Now it's time to pay the interest. With just you? Don't think that you can compete with me just because your cultivation base has increased a bit. Wang Tianlong raised the spear in his hand, and the spirit energy around him began to ripple. You don't have those Yin corpses by your side. Do you think you can still defeat me? Die. Wang Tianlong stabbed out with the spear in both hands. The lake water began to surge and formed 4-5 flood dragons that charged at Chu Tian at the same time. Flame demon transformation. As Chu Tian retreated, his body was suddenly covered in a layer of raging flames, and he instantly turned into an incomparably tall demon. The powerful energy released from his body instantly evaporated the water dragons around him. A large burning sword slashed at Wang Tianlong. Before the sword even reached him, the fierce and cold sword qi actually froze the surrounding lake. When Chu Tian used the flame demon transformation before, he had to spend a long time accumulating netherworld ghost flames, but now he could instantly use it. It could be said that he had made a large progress. Wang Tianlong's talent was around the same as Chu Xinghe's. When Chu Tian's cultivation base was lower, he could use the flame demon transformation to defeat Chu Xinghe. If Wang Tianlong wanted to block it, it wouldn't be that easy. Flood dragon body protection. Wang Tianlong's body was covered in mist as countless golden flood dragons quickly moved around him. Those golden figures moved back and forth, forming a golden cover around Wang Tianlong. Chu Tian's sword slashed at Wang Tianlong, and the surrounding lake water evaporated. But Wang Tianlong's body wasn't injured at all. You can't break my defense, Wang Tianlong roared as he stabbed out with his spear. The flame demon's body was pierced through. Break for me! The flame demon's body was shattered by the violent strength. Meng Qingguo saw this scene from afar, and she couldn't help covering her mouth. A peak ninth awakened soul layer cultivator was too strong. He could actually break Chu Tian's flame demon transformation. She knew that the essence of Chu Tian's flame demon transformation was to release the weapon spirit's power and fuse it with his body. Although the flame demon transformation could increase his strength by a large amount, once the flame demon transformation was released, Chu Tian's netherworld sword would be weakened for a period of time, and he wouldn't even be able to use his normal strength. Wang Tianlong was not pleased for long, because he found that the netherworld ghost flames that had exploded had all gathered onto Chu Tian's body under some kind of gravitational force. The several-meter-tall flame demon had turned into a 2-meter-tall flame demon. At this moment, Chu Tian, from head to toe, from his arms to his weapons, he was completely covered in a layer of netherworld ghost flames. Only this layer of flames did not scatter. It was like an armor was attached to Chu Tian's body. He looked like a life form carved out of blue and white crystal. Wang Tianlong's pupils shrank. This is... Chu Tian's low and deep voice came from the crystal-like life form. This is a new move I've created. The second state of the flame demon transformation. The flame demon transformation was a secret technique Chu Tian had created based on the 9 demon and God transformation. It allowed Chu Tian to merge with the weapon spirit netherworld, increasing his strength by a large amount. When Chu Tian's cultivation base became a substitute, he had modified this secret technique and created this second state. The first state's specialty was becoming larger, increasing its destructive power and attack range. The second state's specialty was becoming smaller, decreasing its attack power, but increasing its flexibility and defense. Boring. No matter how many tricks you use, it's useless. Wang Tianlong thrust his spear at Chu Tian. Go die! Chu Tian's figure swayed. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Chu Tian instantly disappeared, leaving behind a sonic boom in the air. The spear glow created a giant wave on the surface of the lake, but it did not even touch the hem of Chu Tian's clothes. Such a fast speed. Perhaps it had already surpassed the speed of sound. Wang Tianlong was shocked. This speed was not inferior to his. It was even a bit faster than Wang Tianlong's. But this was impossible. Chu Tian only had a cultivation in the 7th awakened soul layer. How could he be this fast? So, a sword came, slashing at his back. Wang Tianlong quickly raised his spear to stab back. Chu Tian quickly retreated, not having any intention of tangling with him. Wang Tianlong mainly cultivated a defensive cultivation technique, so he did not have a fast movement speed. Now that Chu Tian's speed was this fast, Wang Tianlong had no way of attacking him. Chu Tian could clearly see the flaw in Wang Tianlong's cultivation technique. Wang Tianlong's defensive cultivation technique was very strong, but once Wang Tianlong used this cultivation technique, only a true spirit realm expert could break through it. Even Chu Tian could not do this, at least not with a cultivation of the 7th to 8th awakened soul layer. However, this cultivation technique had a clear flaw, which was that it consumed too much energy. In other words, this defensive cultivation technique was very strong, and it could be used to defend, making it hard for people to touch it. But to maintain this defense, it needed to burn a large amount of spirit energy. Chu Tian did not need to forcefully attack. He just needed to stall for time. When Wang Tianlong ran out of spirit energy, he could break him in one fell swoop. Wang Tianlong brandished his spear as he angrily attacked. But Chu Tian's speed was above his, and Chu Tian's divine sense was also above his, so he could predict the enemy's movements, not letting Wang Tianlong touch a single hair on his body. Time ticked by. Chu Tian did not consume too much energy, but Wang Tianlong was already feeling like he couldn't hold on anymore. This defensive cultivation technique was different from the Starlight Immortal Body. Before the Starlight Immortal Body was attacked, it did not consume any energy, but Wang Tianlong's cultivation technique consumed a lot of energy. This was not a long-term defensive cultivation technique, but rather a life-saving technique. Damn, he couldn't keep fighting. The current battle situation was very disadvantageous to Wang Tianlong. If he kept fighting, even if he wasn't defeated by Chu Tian, he would still be surrounded by the Southern Summer King's army. "I'll take your dog head another day." Wang Tianlong angrily said this sentence and was about to escape. However, how could he lose it so easily? Not long after Wang Tianlong left, a large amount of dark red needles shot out of the water. They instantly pierced through Wang Tianlong's protective spirit energy and landed on his body. Wang Tianlong gave a pitiful cry. That strong defense instantly revealed a flaw. Good chance. Chu Tian's legs stepped out of the water, and with the speed of the Flame Demon Transformation's second layer, he released the Netherworld Raging Flame Slash, increasing his speed even further. That sword glow was like a sharp beam of light as it instantly slashed across Wang Tianlong's neck. Wang Tianlong's eyes opened wide. He felt like he was flying and the entire world was spinning around him. When he looked down, he saw a headless body that had been slashed by a bright sword glow. Am I dead? If he knew this would happen, he would not have chosen this path. This was the last thought that remained in Wang Tianlong's mind. Chu Tian had used a trivial 7th Awakened Soul Layer cultivation to kill a peak 9th Awakened Soul Layer cultivator. On the other side, Xin Fengho and Qin Bingyu had worked together to kill Nan Gongling without any suspense. 2 traitors had been killed at the same time, and the 600,000 Warhounds' army had been completely wiped out. Southern Xia had been defeated twice, their 1,000,000 soldiers had been killed, their imperial city had been taken, the imperial region had fallen, the marshal had died, and the Southern Summer King had been killed. All of their humiliation had finally ended.